a rounding error.
So the lesson to be learned, according to Diana Presley, is you don't want to save any money. And by the way, what if that money was just being laundered through to NGOs? Does she ever think about that? Of course she doesn't, because that's not the point. The point is, let's make everything about race. Everything. How effective was, I don't have time to do it. Well, tomorrow I'll tell you how effective the raids were last night. It's pretty amazing.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Financial health is more than just really the investments. You have to look at tax consequences. You have to think about legacy planning or generational planning or your healthcare options. Those all go together with your financial health.
Join Matt Goolsby for Retire Hour to hear his team in finance, healthcare, estate, and taxes discuss changes in law, strategic planning, and answer listener questions. Submit your questions to be answered live on air at retirehour.com. Retire Hour, Sundays at 8 a.m. right here on KHOW.
For nearly 40 years now, kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. Bank financing or significant cash discounts. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com or 800-362-8370.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for T and Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Look at all the complaints that our competitors have on their BBB ratings. GiveMeTheVIN.com is a 5-star rated company. We do what we say we're going to do. It's that easy.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Colorado, don't spend this new year painting. Do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color, because I was very particular.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Hey, go Rhino Shield.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, plumblineservices.com.
For nearly 40 years now, kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. Bank financing or significant cash discounts. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com or 800-362-8370.
This report is sponsored by Furniture Row.
Lots of sunshine for your Thursday. It's still going to be above average in the mid-50s with just a little bit of a breeze for today. I'm Fox 31, pinpoint weather team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Time for a furniture refresh. Shop the President's Day Super Sale at Furniture Row. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Shop the largest selection at the lowest prices guaranteed. Check out special purchases while they last or get 60 months no interest financing. Shop in store or online at FurnitureRow.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Federal workers have until the end of business today to say whether they'll be taking the buyout offered by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington with more on how many have said yes so far.
At last check, at least 40,000 federal workers had signed up for the buyout, a small fraction of the more than 2 million who've been offered it. Many agency workers we've spoken with say they simply don't trust that the administration would live by the terms of the deal to keep those resigning on the payroll through the end of September, especially since at this point the government is only funded through mid-March.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he doesn't believe U.S. troops will be needed in Gaza in order to fulfill President Trump's proposal of taking over the Gaza Strip. Yesterday, the president said U.S. troops could well be used. One of the last remaining U.S. industrial conglomerates, Honeywell, has announced this morning it plans to split itself up into 3 different publicly traded companies. This is ABC News. The Hollywood battle between the It Ends With Us stars Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively is now threatening to bring a pop superstar into the battle. Here's ABC's Eva Pilgrim.
Baldoni's attorney not ruling out deposing Lively's megastar best friend, Taylor Swift. The suit alleging the singer was at Lively and husband Ryan Reynolds' penthouse during a meeting over script differences. A source close to the situation saying Swift wasn't there for the meeting, that she arrived as Baldoni was leaving and never saw any clips from the movie until after it came out, adding she is not relevant to the case.
Blake Lively has accused Baldoni of sexual harassment while making the film. He denies it. The Earth getting warmer, according to Copernicus, the European Climate Service. Last month was the world's warmest January on record, breaking the 2024 record by 0.16 degrees Fahrenheit. Scientists say this is more proof global warming is accelerating. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
When disaster strikes, keeping in touch with family and friends and reaching public safety officials is critical. To prepare for power outages caused by severe weather or other conditions, you should create an emergency communication plan. First, check important cell phone contacts, including doctors, veterinarians, utilities, and insurance companies, and note local non-emergency numbers. Store at least one contact as in case of emergency, and make sure that person knows if you have medical issues. Also, make sure everyone in your house knows how to text. Check backup batteries for all your phones and fully charge cell phones, batteries, and rechargers. Sign up to receive mobile phone alerts. Back up and print out important personal data. You might buy a battery-operated, solar-powered, or hand-cranked radio or portable TV to monitor news. Start preparing today. For more info, go to fcc.gov/emergency.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Many King Soopers workers throughout the Denver metro are now on strike as of this morning. This union employee is on the picket line talking about why they decided to go on strike.
Every single day we have complaints, there's nothing on the shelves, things aren't clean. That is why we're out here, is so we can have that clean place and full shelves.
The grocery store chain plans to keep the affected locations open but has modified store hours. The union expects the strike to last 2 weeks. Children's Hospital Colorado has decided to stop offering certain types of medication to transgender youth. The hospital announced it will no longer offer puberty blockers and hormonal treatment. The decision comes after President Trump signed an executive order threatening to cut federal funding to hospitals that provide gender-affirming treatment to patients younger than 19 years old. The hospital says it will continue offering behavioral health and supportive care services to transgender patients. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, it's rock scaling once again at the bottom of Floyd Hill out of Idaho Springs. Both directions currently closed. We are looking at delays certainly down Floyd Hill and coming out of the Idaho Springs area.
Don't panic, I'm
They'll
here.
reopen here shortly, but this may be a day-long project. I-25 South coming into downtown.
Just so you know, I only panic when you are here.
Down are jamming up a little bit. The other slow spot is going to be 270 coming west up through Bus.
Why?
There. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story behind the devastating Los Angeles wildfires from the people who lived it and reveal the source of the destruction and who's to blame. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you hear podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
High interest rates, inflation. People are afraid when they're selling their home, and some brokers are selling them short.
There's a surprising number of home sellers and home buyers who lose money in contract negotiation. They don't even realize it.
That's Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Frank is a certified negotiation expert.
I will show you how to avoid making these common mistakes and position you to put more money in your pocket at the closing table.
Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off.
Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And as you see, if you're streaming anywhere, you'll see our number, and that's 303-MARTINO as well. You can call 24/7, 303-627-8466. Welcome to the show. We're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. As I said again, see, we have the studio up and running, and I got some ugly dudes sitting there waiting to chime in. And I say that with the utmost love. I think what I see there is Deputy Doc, who is a tall drink of water there. And then we have Major Marc Mager. And then who the heck is the other guy, the good-looking one? Who is that? I mean...
That's me, man.
No, the good-looking one. So...
Me. Good to see you, Tom.
Welcome to the show. And seriously, we love having you here.
Robert Schisler.
And
K&H Home Solutions.
Yes, of course. Now, K&H has been with me probably the longest client I have, next to Excel Roofing. Excel and K&H, let's see, when I started the referral list, and there was another company at the time called EquityRelief.com. They were a mortgage company. That was many, many years ago. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the charter members, Mark. Of course, now you and Suze have the referral list with me.
Mountain Peak Computers.
Were you a charter member, though, when I opened a...
Charter member? Dave Rumbold set up your original on our servers.
Wow. Holy crap. So the referral list...
you were in...
The referral list was on your servers first. It was before Amazon sold serving space and all of that, right?
Oh, God, yeah. Yep, it was on one of our co-locates, absolutely.
Hey, God.
It was actually sitting.
Can somebody tell me
in the Quest building?
Yeah, this might be my problem. Maybe it is. I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm sure it is. Go ahead,
talk
sir.
to Shannon. Shannon, I'm getting an echo from Mark. And is that my fault? It might be. I think, tell me that you've done nothing different, and I'll just assume that, tell me. What do you think? Talk again, Mark. I'm getting an echo in my ear.
Hello, hello. Echo, echo.
Yeah, for sure.
He's saying he's getting an echo.
For absolutely sure. Everything he says is twice in my ear, but I don't know if people on the air are getting that. Let's go to Sherry on the phone. And, Sherry, what's happening?
Hi, Tom. Hi, morons. My 2000, I have a 2009 Mini Cooper. It's a 5-speed manual, and it started when it is less than 30 degrees. So when it's
now listen,
colder
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Shannon, I know what's going on, okay, bro? I know what's going on. You got to trust me on this. Somebody has, when we're offline, I'm hearing them both offline and on the air. That's the problem. I swear to you that I'm hearing background chatter when he's talking. I can hear people talking behind Sharon, the caller. Now I've done nothing different, but somehow there's a mic open or a line open that usually isn't open, and I'm hearing background audio. So like I'm even hearing Kachina, or I did. So anyway, keep going, or I'm hearing the control room maybe, and I'm hearing the monitor. So Sharon, this 2009 Mini Cooper, how long have you owned it? A Sherry.
Since 2009.
Oh, you had it from new?
It's got 103. Yes. Yes, I always buy new.
Wow.
And it has 103,000 miles on it, so not a ton. But when it gets cold out, I go out, it starts fine, but the stick shift, it's frozen. It won't move into any of the gears. And then I have to sit there for about 10 minutes.
Okay, when does that happen?
It's really warmed up. When it's, I would say, colder than about 30 degrees.
And it doesn't move after that?
The stick shift won't move. And once the car warms up after 5 or 10 minutes, then it's fine. Then it goes. Huh. And so I did take it in.
I want to get one of our people on it, but what do your people say that you took it into?
They say first they said it was the clutch, and my clutch was just fried because it's never been replaced.
Okay.
And so they replaced that, which I'm fine with. They found a little tiny leak in the transmission, and that was like a ring or a plug or something. They fixed that. I got it home.
All right, so right now, though, is it still doing it right now?
It did it again, and so it's back at the shop.
And what do they say?
And they called me yesterday and said that it was some cables and that they need to be replaced, but they're like $1,000. I'm already in it for like $4,100.
Okay.
And they lubed up the cables with this grease stuff.
Where are you taking it to? I don't need to know this much technical detail, but where are you taking it to?
I'm in Spokane.
Oh my God. Okay, Spokane. Okay, so obviously it's not someone on my list. I want to get an expert on to talk to you. I want you to hang on. I want to actually.
We got Jeff
You
Vick.
have one. You have one. Jeff Vick is on.
Oh,
are you able to hear Kelly?
Hey, Jeff. Thanks, man. Jeff. Yeah, I heard Kelly. Hey, Jeff. Transmissionsdenver.com, Kimmer Transmission, Arapahoe and Jordan, roughly. What do you think, Jeff?
Well, I mean, you mentioned the cables, and those are a possibility, but it's far more remote. There's actually, where the cables go in and they attach to the rails, they have what's called a shifter cassette, and they would actually get moisture in them, water intrusion. and they'd freeze up. And then, like she said, she's running it for 5 or 10 minutes. Well, it sits right next to the exhaust manifold, so as the vehicle warms up, it melts that ice, and then you can shift it again. So it's most likely the cassette.
So it's fixable pretty quickly, pretty easily.
Yeah, it's relatively fixable, or rather. There was actually, I want to say in 2007 was when they came out with the original TSB on that. It's, like I say, it's not terribly common, but it's been known enough that they actually noted it.
Okay. So, Sherry, you're in Washington, so why don't you just drive down here? How many hour drive is it to Denver?
I would love to. Then I could visit Susan Mark.
Hey, Sherry, listen, seriously. You need to get someone who knows their you-know-what from you-know-what.
Right.
And are you taking it to a dealer?
No. It's Botson's Automotive, and they have a Mini Cooper specialist there. And
Okay.
he's worked on my car before.
Did he ever mention anything
they've
that
done
Jeff
great
Vick
work.
mentioned?
I couldn't hear you because I was disconnected.
Okay. So, Jeff, repeat what you told her to tell her mechanic. I want you to just listen carefully and tell your mechanic to look in these areas. Okay. Jeff?
Yeah, it's most likely the shifter cassette, which that's actually where the cables hook up to the rails themselves. They actually will get moisture inside there that under freezing conditions will create ice, and so you won't be able to shift it. Then when the vehicle's warming up, since it's sitting right next to the exhaust manifold, it melts that ice inside there, and you're able to shift it again.
Find out if they check the shifter cassette. In fact, if you'd like, if your mechanic would talk to us, now we're not saying we know better than him, or it may not be that, but we would love to talk to your mechanic. I got to take a break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, waterpros.net. Do you know they have a reverse osmosis system in my house, and they just changed the filters after 3 years? The filters were still effective. I've been lax in getting them changed, and the reverse osmosis membrane is like new. I mean, these things are, and then it only costs $100 or so to get the other filter changed that I needed. Waterpros.net. The whole system's $1,100, but you can get that and a whole house system for $31.95 for the Valentine's Day special. 303-862-5554. Your whole house will be protected. You'll be protected. $31.95 for everything.
You through?
Okay, hey, Mark.
Attention.
Can't hear you. You know that.
I need to talk to him.
Consistent pain in your joints.
All right, hang on. Hang on.
Real
Go
quick,
ahead.
even if you delay me a bit.
You are delayed.
Okay, Mark.
Did the echo go
Mark?
away?
Mark?
Yes.
Are you the one that said Phil right there? Okay,
Yes.
good. Now, are you going to make that up, or do I have to do it like tomorrow on my own?
No, you've got to do 60 seconds right now.
No, I know that. I'm talking about the one that was scheduled.
No, we'll do it. Yeah, we're going to do it after noon.
Okay, got it. I'll write it down then.
Yeah, just sometime after noon.
All right, you guys through?
Yeah, you can put up return audio. Thank you.
970-659-1508. That's 970-659-1508.
All right. I am thrilled at the people calling me for Wave 8 Wealth Management. Listen, I started this company many years ago just for me. I put together a team to do custom portfolios of investing for me. I found out that investment advisors don't advise at all. They just push you off to someone else. And I'm telling you right now, if you want customized attention, interactive, and babysitting of your investments, I think we're the only ones that do that. You give us a call, 303-771-4357. That's 771-HELP. We'd love to help you. 771-HELP. And that's wave 8, the number 8, capital.com. Now, let's talk about getting a phone call right now, or making a phone call and getting a price. Getting a freaking price on the phone. Who does that? theartofgranite.com. All Materials are wholesale, so they know that, right? You give them square footage, and tear out and haul away is always free. They do beautiful work of natural stone or man-made materials, and they'd love to give you a price on the phone. That's how confident they are. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919.
Yep.
So I got that as a makeup right later. Okay. All
Yep.
right, got it. All right.
And were you able to figure out the background sound stuff?
Okay. I was hearing like almost like when we're on a break sound. In other words, when he was talking in the studio and he didn't have his mic on, I was still hearing him.
Yeah. Oh, darn it.
But you know, and truly, I know we joke, but I haven't touched anything here. So here's the deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, but the regular on-air sounded great, right?
But you didn't hear it after that. You didn't hear it anymore, right?
No, I'm not hearing it now either. No.
And you don't have the echo anymore.
Well, now it just started, just when you said that. See, when Shannon's monitoring, I hear both the source and the monitor.
So you hear yourself in the room because I have a speaker on to hear you, correct?
Let's test that.
That's the echo.
Test. Yes, I heard that echo. Now, and I hear Mark the same way.
Okay. It's possible because he's coming through the same speaker.
Right,
in
exactly.
Here, and so
It's
you
just,
hear him
it's natural.
Twice. Yep. But when you are on the air, I don't have any other way to send you our conversation.
Okay.
When you are on the air, you are only getting board program audio when you are on the air.
Hey, that's so weird.
Don't
How
talk
would
to me
he
like
hear
that,
Kelly
yes.
then?
I don't know how else to beat shit into your head.
Oh, shut up.
When you say it's my fault. I don't have any
How do you think
way
I feel?
to send you off-air comments while you are on the air.
But how would he hear me talking to you? That is
through
weird.
that fucking phone.
Oh, hold on. She might have not hit
Oh, the phone. Hey, thank you, Shannon. Finally, we have Shannon using his noodle.
God damn it. Where the fuck is the Taliban? I'm giving him your address. Jesus effing.
That's exactly
God
what it was.
damn it.
It was the phone.
That's exactly what it was, the phone.
Mention me one more time, I swear
Shannon,
to God.
you're a good man.
That's what it was, Tom. It was the phone.
Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry. I forgot to mute it.
Well, he could, just so you know, Tom, you can mute it on your end, too.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, Kachina,
Can we mute Tom
I don't
on
mind.
this end?
Kachina, I
want
do
to
not
mute
mind.
Tom on this end.
You
You're the best.
smoking
Thank
dope
you.
and
I
doing
swear to
mimosas.
God,
Just
I'm gonna,
keep the show.
Listen. I was going to take out some of this frustration on King Super strikers, union workers later.
Did they start?
Yes, I am going to go cross a picket line after the show. So,
hey, what are they picketing? What do they
multiple
want?
times.
What do they want?
They want everything, the lazy effers. The only time they want to work is when they're striking.
It just pushes people to Walmart.
Okay, so we have you
love
with
Walmart.
Roberta
And it
here.
pays for Broncos quarterbacks. Going to Walmart
I
pays
thought
for
that-
Broncos stuff.
That was already taken care of, that electric bike, that charge. D?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, never mind. I'll take
Online at khow.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. K&H Windows in the house. Actually, K&H Home Solutions. They started out K&H Windows like 65 years ago. Deputy Bo has some follow-ups. So, Bo, speak to me, brother. You have a follow-up about Grease Monkey from yesterday. And I want to bring this up. Basically, it was a 2006 Toyota Tundra.
It's so insane.
Mark, why don't you took this call. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, basically, this guy goes in, older guy goes in, gets an oil change. They end up doing what's called a double O-ring, a double gasket. They forgot to pull the gasket off the old oil filter, so they double gasketed it. And about 600 miles later, it's just pouring oil out of there. He drives it back up there to have it checked out, and Grease Monkey tells him, without checking the filter or anything, says, well, it's nothing we did. They put 6 quarts of oil in it, and he drives off, and of course the oil's just spewing out. He gets it to a shop down the road, like 1 block down the road, and that shop looks at it, and sure enough, the only problem was the oil filter was double gasketed. But the engine's fine, everything's fine. So they charged him $250 for the diagnostic and an oil change.
But why did they put 2 gaskets on the filter, Mark?
Well, when you take the old filter off, sometimes that gasket sticks to the metal. So therefore, when they put the new one on, you have 2 gaskets.
Okay, so then what happened?
And 2 rubber gaskets won't seal.
Okay, so the oil filter had both the old and new gasket.
That's right, and that's what was leaking. It took a little bit of time, about 600 miles, but it was just blowing oil out of there, finally, just blowing it out as soon as you would put it in. Luckily, and I mean luckily, these guys, it did not kill his engine, and that shop just charged him for an oil change and diag, so he ended up paying like $280 or something, and Grease Monkey won't do anything. As of yesterday, they wouldn't do a damn thing about it.
Well, are they saying, Mark, are they saying the reason is because he didn't take it back to them, or what? No, he did take it back to them.
No, he did take it back to them, and they said it was nothing they did, and they put 6 quarts of oil in it. I mean, they were just total asses, and Kelly called over. I had her call over, and basically what they told Kelly is, the guy said, hey, I'm the only guy working here. There's nobody else here. I'm running the front. I'm running the back. There's nothing I can do. Maybe I'll have time to talk to somebody next week about it. And that's what they told Kelly when we called over.
All right, so, Bo, what's new on that?
Okay. All right, so I called right after the show. I talked to, I guess he's an interim manager there named Justin. I think Kelly talked to him too. He said he was busy. He could maybe check in later. I said, call me within an hour. He never did, so I called around 4 o'clock. He said, I'm going to have to escalate this to the district manager, and basically hung up. So I called again at 8 o'clock this morning. She kept hanging up on me. And then on the 3rd call, Justin told me, if you're from the radio show, you need to stop calling us immediately.
Okay, good. So let's have everyone else call.
Absolutely. So all I wanted, I said, if you're not going to help me, please give me the name of your district manager in Colorado. And she was reluctant. And then she said his name is Jed. And I said, could I at least get Jed's last name? Okay. And she says, I don't know his last name. I said, how about a phone number? I don't know his phone number. And then she hung up on me. So I called a grease monkey in Atlanta, Georgia.
Why?
To try to find out who the district, because I couldn't find a district manager for Grease Monkey in Colorado.
Well,
so
wait. But why Georgia? I'm just curious, Bo, like how your mind works. Why did you call Georgia? Okay. Why not California? Why not somewhere else?
I don't know. It was the first thing that came up on the internet where I had a good phone number.
Got it. And then what happened?
So listen, they said they said they would email the manager. They wouldn't give me the person's name, but they were going to email the person in Colorado and have them call me. But I don't think they're going to call me. This
Grease Monkey, I believe, had its origins in Colorado, didn't it, Mark? Like years ago? Anyway.
I'm not sure.
I'm just wondering why they're being such jerks. It's a very simple situation. They did something wrong. They didn't correct it when given the opportunity. The guy wants a refund.
Yeah, well, and it's only $280. They're lucky they're not paying for a new engine. I can't believe the guys won't write a check for $280. I say we light them up. Yeah, literally, let's light these guys up.
They were very rude to me, and they hung up twice before I could
here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I want to put this in context. We're not saying these people are liars. We're not saying they're cheaters. We're not saying they're incompetent. Here's what we're saying. They made a mistake, and they're not willing to own up to it. That alone is a reason never to use this particular grease monkey. But I want to make sure we give this particular grease monkey the black eye. So I want to know, what is their address?
It's 3 3034 Main Street in Longmont, Colorado.
People, my Martino marauders, my Martino morons, and my Discord dissidents, I don't know, I'll give them a name. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to let them know that this is unacceptable. Now, here's what I believe, because I always get this from attorneys saying, oh, you're doing harassment. No, and I can prove it. Companies spend thousands and thousands of dollars to get reviews. They want reviews. They also send thousands of dollars to get leads and thousands of dollars to do research on what they're doing right and wrong. And what I am doing is a public service free of charge for them. I am asking my listeners to tell them what they think of this situation. It's very simple. Remember, they're not liars. They're not sleaze. They're not disgusting. They are simply someone who did something wrong and refuse to address it and refuse to make it right. That's Grease Monkey.
They screwed up so bad, it's crazy, man. I mean, they double gasketed it. It's not that big of a deal. I had shops forever. It happens.
Right.
But when they come back and the guy's like, hey, I've got oil all over the place, and then they don't even look at what they did, which was the oil change, so they don't figure out what it is. They put 6 quarts of oil in it and ship the guy down the road.
I would like his phone. I would like their phone number. I want them to see what a live review feels like. I want their phone number. It's 334 Main Street in Longmont. Grease Monkey. What is their phone number?
Yeah. Okay. Listeners, the phone number is 303-485-9206. Let me repeat it. 303-485-9206. $280 would have been really inexpensive.
All he wants is a refund for a repair that was very simple. It could have ruined his engine. It didn't. He's not being unreasonable. But Grease Monkey in Longmont on Main Street. And does that surprise you, Mark? Where is it? Longmont, right? Right?
Yep.
And I'll get into that. Longmont, Greeley, anywhere in Weld County. What is wrong? What is wrong with that area? I don't know if Longmont's in Weld or whatever, but whatever it is, Longmont, Greeley, and Weld County, stay away from them for anything automotive. More coming up.
Yep.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone.
I-70's been reopened, but still slow if you're coming west down Floyd Hill to US 6 into the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. The eastbound side looks good out of Idaho Springs. Rock scaling underway once again. Construction along I-76 if you're eastbound or coming off of I-70. Actually,
just remember
past
that, Mike,
Wadsworth
you need to
approaching
get,
Sheridan
right direct
is tying up the drive just a little bit. Southbound I-25 coming into downtown. Still have a little bunching, but only 10 minutes between downtown and the Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hey, did you know Genesis does mold detection and remediation the honest way? They also do basements, kitchens, and baths. Of course, they're called Genesis Total Exteriors, but they're basically a contractor for the whole house that you can trust. I've known Mark and Madeline for many, many years, and I use them. You should too. They're great people. Genesis, TotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509, including all of your storm damage, 303-679-8509.
Nice. That was.
Shut up, Mark.
Minutes.
It was literally 30 seconds.
God, let him compliment you.
Oh, okay.
We normally want to just put you in front of a truck on Bourbon Street, but this time we actually appreciate what you're doing.
You know, I'm getting a trade-in value from Tesla on mine.
Yes?
It's crazy. I know why. I just never thought about this, but it literally knows everything about the car.
How much is it, Mark?
Everything about the fucking car, including the mileage this very second.
Mark, how much do you think you're going to get on a trade?
I'll let you know in 1 second.
And here's the deal, bro. Listen, I cannot believe how much my car has depreciated. I can't.
How much was it? Like 190?
It depreciated 50%.
Yeah, mine did too. So.
And we bought them. We bought them at the same time. Didn't we buy them at the same time?
Close.
50% depreciation. You know, I can give somebody a really good deal on my BMW X7 in perfect condition, and except I had to buy two wheels once. Anyway, so it's only got 29,000 miles.
Story.
If anyone's interested, I'm dead serious. I can give you such a screaming deal you'll never touch it. It's an X7 though. It's the 50, the 50i, the big M50i. So if you don't want 600 horses, if you don't want to go like a rocket, if you don't want 7 seats, I think it's 7.
If you don't want a Louis Vuitton full of cocaine in the trunk,
it's got a third row that you can make disappear if you want or use. It's all electric. All the seats. God. So let me know, morons. Seriously. I'm serious, man. No one will get a deal like this. Not even JFR.
I think I'm getting the Plaid.
The X Plaid, Mark?
No, I'm not going to get an X. I'm getting another S. I just love the S.
So let me know, guys. I'm going to go on Discord. See, Mark's not allowed on Discord.
I'm going to sue. They're using our IP.
I said, do not let Mark on.
Oh, they make this too damn difficult, man.
I found it simple. I was on Tesla doing that.
No, it's just asking stupid questions. Like, I don't give a shit.
I'll only get.
How are you going to use your car? Okay, fine. Road trips. I mean, who gives a shit?
They're going to give me $65,000.
The S actually. What do you mean $65,000
for trade? Tesla.
They'll give you $65,000 for your Beamer?
Absolutely. I told you 50%.
Yeah, I'd buy it then. Shit, that's not bad. My S is coming in at 40, basically. No, see, I knew it. It wants to sell me a Model 3. I knew this was going to be fucking stupid. I knew it. They
want to sell you what?
A Model 3. This stupid trade-in thing. If you go through the trade-in part, then it says, how will you use your new vehicle? It's trying to tell me what vehicle to buy.
I know.
I just want to tell it what I want.
Okay,
it's like,
so
I don't care what it thinks I want.
I got a name. My Discord Disruptors. Discord Disruptors, double D. Not to be mistaken for Deputy
doofuses. How about Discord doofuses?
No, man. Discord Disruptors.
Troubleshooting. YouTube morons.
Yeah,
Why
YouTube
not?
morons.
You're too supportive. But Discord doofuses. Dinguses.
Who wants to buy my Beamer?
How much you sell it for?
I don't know.
I'll give you $35 for it today.
Yeah, right. Here's the deal. There's a benefit to trading it.
6:30 now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com. If you want hair replacement, oh my God, it works. And I know people say, why are you wearing that cap, Tom? It doesn't work. It really does work. No, seriously, Mark will tell you that. They do great replacement. And of course, they still do the stem cells for pain. DenverRegen.com. Let's talk. I haven't forgotten about Robert over at K&H Windows. In fact, we do have some texts for him I'll get to, but I want to go to callers first always. And I believe next would be Roberta. And that was working with Deputy D. I'm going to turn him on, right? Well, I should rephrase that. I'm going to turn on the mic and we'll talk to Deputy D. And so tell me what's going on with this case. Can you explain the case to me, D? And move over just a little so I can get you on there. Okay, so what's going on, bro?
Hi, Tom. You may recall that Roberta called us a few months ago because her debit card number was ripped off and subsequently used to purchase about a $7,000 bicycle from a store in
Yeah,
Boulder.
I remember.
And also between $200 and $300 in purchases from the AT&T store.
And this was, yeah. So
Roberta,
go ahead. Wells Fargo, right?
Yeah, Roberta unsuccessfully disputed these charges with Wells Fargo. Her dispute was declined with no explanation. Roberta then reopened that case with Wells Fargo, but all they did is said, hey, we so-called reinvestigated the matter and you're still not going to get reimbursed. And they declined to provide any evidence that they used to decline her claim. So that's when she called us for help. And I contacted the gentleman who's deep inside of Wells Fargo. He immediately sprang into action, and he forwarded the documentation that I sent him, which consisted of Roberta's the final letter declining her claim that she got from Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
And a few days later, Roberta contacted me via email and said, hey, it was a successful reinvestigation. They credited my account for, I want to say, about $7,800 to reimburse her for all of those fraudulent charges. And so,
Roberta, thank you. So,
yes,
you owe me a chocolate chip cookie if that's all true. What's going on?
Well, we were just so happy to get that money back. We really needed it. We've actually already spent it to get a new pump for our well, so it was perfect timing, and I thank everybody for their efforts, and especially Tony Timmons over at Wells Fargo.
So he's the good guy, man. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's the good guy.
And, D, cutting through, and Roberta, cutting through red tape, I mean, isn't it funny, Roberta, how you got the same answer over and over and over? Didn't they even say, yeah, probably you didn't make it, but we're not going to do anything about it?
Never.
I mean,
they never said.
Oh, never said it was.
The individual people on the phone, yeah, they were always like, wow, that's kind of strange. And they hinted that they just didn't understand. But the top dogs or whoever was making the decision didn't budge. They didn't ever say, oh.
Here's what I want to know. How do you think it was hacked? What do you think happened?
I'm not sure. They made the purchase online, so they didn't have the physical card. They just had the card information, and they had enough to get through, and they didn't have to use a 3-digit code.
Did you get a new card
so I think that was part of the weak spot. Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Roberta, for coming on, and I'm going to ask for the dinger here, guys, because the dinger means success, and I got to use that dinger. The doctors tell me use it or lose it, right? Okay. Will you stop? Just do the dinger. Dang it. That's pretty anemic. Can we, do you have a stronger dinger? There you go. And actually, the Deputy D gets the dinger. And thank you. Now, I want to talk to Ron. He has information about Grease Monkey. I'm not sure what he's telling. Now, Ron, is this in relation to an issue that you had or general information, sir?
Just general information. Just to give you guys a heads up, there's probably about 60 Grease Monkeys here in Denver and Colorado.
Yeah.
About 25 of them are corporate-owned stores.
Yes.
The rest of them are all, there's one guy who owns about 21. They're franchised.
Yeah.
Another guy owns 2. Another guy owns 1.
Right.
Guy owns 3. So I believe the one in Longmont that you guys are talking about a long time ago, that used to be owned by a guy who had about 20 locations, but they sold them off to corporate. I think that's a corporate store. But you want to call, there's Denver, the Grease Monkey corporate store in Denver. Just call that number, because I'm sure if it's a corporate store, they're going to want to, figure out what's going on and take care of it. If it's a franchise, they'll know who owns that store and get hold of the guy, who owns that store.
I get you. I get you. But, hey, Ron, are you in the business? Are you in the car business?
Not in the car business, but I'm in I don't want to say what business I'm in because I work with all of these dealerships and everybody and all that. So just wanted
Man,
to,
maybe
give
you
guys
can be
heads
a
up
resource
you
for
can
us.
Get a hold. Well, maybe a little bit later. I used to, a long time ago, take care of Suzanne's husband. What's his name?
Mark.
A long time ago when he used to have the Mark, when Mark had them
Mark,
five
when
good
they had
years
the
a long time
franchises.
ago.
Hey, Mark, I wanted to ask
actually-
you something. Mark, since you were in the car business and he had a franchisee and his dad, I wanted to ask you something, Mark. Why do they retain company stores if they franchise? It almost sounds like, they're double dipping. Or
So like Goodyear and most of them, they change all the time. So depending on the CEO or the district manager or whomever is over the business model for that territory, they might want to own all the stores or they might want to have every one of them be a franchise. And depending on that person's role, it can change. So in other words, when Goodyear would put in new upper management, all of a sudden they might be coming around to us saying, hey, we want to buy these stores from you and make you an offer. You didn't have to sell by any means.
But what I'm asking, I guess, in general, what I'm asking in general is if they're going to franchise, why do they maintain company stores? I mean, it's almost like
that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. It depends who's at the helm. Sometimes the entire business focus is to own all the property or just lease the property or manage just the property aspect of it and have franchisees in there. Other CEOs might want to come in, like the guy from Kodak might want to come in and actually operate the business, not just be a leasing company.
All right, got it. Okay, we got more coming up on Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-825-5888, heating.com. If you're looking for a replacement on an older system, you can save 30 to 40% a month on heating bills using their high-efficiency systems. Get this, they guarantee the lowest price. 888-heating.com, 303-770-2776.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
I realize
this report is sponsored by Discover.
Hit him hard now. I'm sorry, I didn't
still
realize
slow
that.
If you're coming west down Floyd Hill to US 6 into the tunnels. The eastbound side looks good out of Idaho Springs. Rock scaling underway once again. Construction along I-76 if you're eastbound or coming off of I-70. Actually, just past Wadsworth approaching Sheridan is tying up the drive just a little bit. Southbound I-25 coming into downtown. Still have a little bunching, but only 10 minutes between downtown and the Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Discount Bath. Words you don't normally hear together, but they're serious. Discount Bath, Chris and his team do a great job. Hey, listen, if you're thinking about a bath, there's all kinds of places to go, but go to Discount Bath. No downside whatsoever. Discount Bath. Here's what you do. Discountbath.com, answer some basic questions, and then what you can do is take a video, upload it, and then they'll give you a price without ever coming to your home. Of course, you can always talk to them, too. Now, you can do a hall room bath, a main bathroom in the master, another Jack and Jill bath, maybe in the basement. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. Mark?
Hey, I got to
thank you, sir.
My weight loss journey with Denver Regen has been incredible. I'm going to be talking more about it, but 5 weeks on their plan in that new diet drug, I have dropped 25 pounds in 5 weeks. My goal's about 50 pounds total. I started at 225. I'm down at about 201. I want to get to a little under 180, and I'm going to share all the info. But for less than $300 a month, that includes the doctor's visits. It includes the medication. It includes everything. Check them out. DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Yeah, it doesn't say, as a matter of fact, in the memo spot it says Martino Live, but that doesn't
No,
affect
it's okay.
me.
It's okay. Yeah. I can do them sometimes, too, for other stuff. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll make a note of it. I will, of course, later lose that note. I'm not very good at that sort of stuff.
You know what? I can come over there and kick some ass, really kick it.
Listen, I tried self-improvement after watching Schindler's List. I tried to be better at taking lists.
I'm going to try to cut a 30 for them just so I don't have to do it at home. Is that something you can record and send to me?
Yeah.
I'll tell you when.
Well.
I don't know why I went control room there.
That's okay. I can hear you.
What happens when I hit control room and I'm on offline? Do you just hear me the same?
Remember, offline doesn't affect your microphone.
Got it.
Thank you.
When you do it, it freaks me out.
So you're saying offline affects my microphone?
You know, I've already yelled at one person today. I can't.
Oh.
I don't have another one in the tank.
You don't have it in yet?
My,
just go look at King Supers, then you'll get it again.
No mas trabajo.
Why is he upset with Kings?
Just because I don't get to go on strike. Look at who I work with.
Yeah, how come you don't go on
strike? Do I get an extra nickel out of this? No.
Hey, Kelly, let's make Shannon a strike sign.
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's have Shannon go on strike in front of the iHeart building. We'll have our listeners come by.
All the YouTube morons.
They can all come by and meet Shannon in the parking lot. You can be holding your "I refuse to work for Martino" sign.
Hey, Mark, that's not nice.
No, he would also be smoking a cigar and probably naked, so...
Nice.
Well...
That would be a sight for sore eyes.
Maybe shirt cocking it.
Uh-oh, I just let them see how the sausage was made. I just did some stuff on there.
Did you pick your nose?
No, we were live when I was altering a scene.
Oh.
How does it compare to Atkins, they want to know?
Were you painting abs on?
Oh, my God, there's nothing to it. It's just, I'll be talking about it more, but the bottom line is compared to Atkins, Atkins, I'm very good at. I can do no carbs for a month. And when I say no carbs, I don't even have cream in my coffee, no carbs. And I can drop roughly the same amount of weight, maybe a little less. But with the drug, there's no food noise. You're not hungry. You're simply not hungry. On Atkins, you're craving broccoli. You're craving an apple. You're craving juice because you're depriving yourself of all sugars. On this diet, you don't even think of food. It's the food noise. It turns off the noise, and it slows down your digestion. So when you do eat, like a hot dog from Sam's Club, you feel like you just ate Thanksgiving dinner.
An iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Barbara has a problem with Larry Miller. Barbara, what's going on?
And I just have a question. I had recently took my car in for the engine light was going on and off and on and off. And they did a lot of repair work on it. One of the things they did was a leaky valve cover replacement, coil and spark plugs, and to the tune of close to $800. So after the total repair, some of it was maintenance stuff.
Now, but why did you take it in to begin with? Why did you take it in to begin with?
The engine light.
Okay, got it.
The engine light was coming off and on.
Yeah, that could be very minor. So, how much total did you spend with Larry Miller?
$2,400.
That's way
bottom
okay.
Line is what I'm calling about.
Okay, go ahead.
The bottom line is, so they did that work. When I took it out again, it was still, the engine light was still coming on and off. So I took it back.
Okay, hold on, Barbara. Barbara. This is a conversation. I want to just interject a little. Here's what I'm saying. That engine light could have been anything. Most likely it's minor. Most likely a loose gas cap or something. But here's what I want to say. What you had done was probably not absolutely mandatory necessary, and I think they milked it, and I think you probably overspent. That's my personal opinion. If you went to Sheridan Autotech or somewhere else.
What I'm actually calling about, though, is when I took it back, they diagnosed it with a leaky head gasket, and the engine needs replaced. So I'm wondering, are they liable to reimburse me for
No.
any of that valve
No.
cover that they replaced?
No. They
No.
don't have to reimburse you for anything if you agree to it. But here's what I think. Do you think that engine was going before you had all this work done?
I never had any trouble with it running. What they did find is when it heated up is when it would cause fluid to leak.
This
And then my
$2,400,
fluid would leak
here's
out.
what I'm interested in. This $2,400 that you spent, was it necessary? And should they have said, listen, lady, your car's on its last leg? How many miles were on it when you took it in?
About 70,000.
That's not a lot. Now, listen, I'm wondering, do you really need an engine? Where's your car right now?
Well, I have to take it in back to them, and then I do have a warranty, powertrain warranty, so they're going to have them come and inspect it
Okay.
next week.
Barbara, if they don't pay for it under warranty, my gut is we need to investigate. I know you didn't call about it. We need to investigate that $2,400 in repairs. I personally think you probably got ripped. Okay. Unless of course you never took it in for maintenance and there was a lot of stuff it needed. I guess that's possible. Have you, I would love to know, but we don't have to do it now. You're not asking us to, but after warranty looks at it, let us know what they say. Okay. Now here's what, and then I'm going to examine that invoice. I'd love to know what they did to a Ford Escape with 70,000 miles on it for $2,400. So,
Some of it was maintenance stuff, but
okay.
I can fax you or something the copy of what they did.
But what really is the telling story here is they did all of that and your engine light was still flickering. I don't like that.
Yeah.
So now they say you need a whole engine. Why do they say you need an engine?
Yeah. Because the head gasket's leaking, and when it heats up, that's what it causes.
Okay. By the way, just so you know, a head gasket.
The oil leaks together.
A head gasket leaks for a number of reasons. Number one, the gasket's bad. That's very seldom. Number two, the heads are warped a bit from overheating or some other problem, or age, or abuse, and they have to be milled and put back, or you need a new head, and it gets to be almost cost prohibitive. Did they say how much those repairs might cost you if you ever decided to have them done?
No, they never discussed that. The last thing they said was it needs a new engine.
Did they tell
And so I
you,
filed a
did they
claim
give
with
you
the
hope?
warranty.
Did they give you hope that possibly the warranty would cover it?
I believe that from what I'm reading in the warranty information, that should be covered as part of the powertrain warranty.
Mark, what do you think about that?
If a head gasket should be covered by
the
powertrain warranty, I would think long as it wasn't abuse, because most likely it overheated, I would say it should be, unless if they figures out something like the wrong coolant was put in it, or, whatever out they could possibly use. But yeah, the powertrain warranty should cover that.
All right, you let us know.
That's what I'm understanding. So.
You let
what
us know.
Manufacturer? I missed what kind of car it was.
It was a 2017 Ford Escape. Okay, let us know what's going on, and I got notes here, Barbara, so I'll be able to pull up your case, and we'll be waiting to hear from you. 303-713-8255 now.
Wait. I know you got to go to break here, but I guess I missed something. Why would that be under a powertrain warranty when it's 8 years old? I mean, did Ford have that long of a powertrain?
Go ahead, D.
No, Mark, I just looked up, and the 2017 Escape came with a 5-year, 60,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about
Could be
then.
that she bought it as some kind of a certified used vehicle and got an extended
It
warranty.
still wouldn't matter. 5 years, it's past 5. Let's keep her on after the break. I want to ask her that.
Mark wants to know where the heck you're getting this powertrain warranty, because he thinks, and D thinks, Deputy D, that it's way beyond that. So we need to figure that out. Now, Shannon, was I supposed to hear some out music or what? Tell me what's happening.
The final curtain music.
Is it on? I don't
got
hear
a few. We got a few seconds.
What's your clock say?
Okay, well, it's okay, but I like to hear some music to cue me, brother. I'll come down there.
It happens at the same time every hour.
I'll come down here. I'll come down there. I mean, the remote studio is not that far away. Anyway, we got more Troubleshooter to go.
It happens at 8:15 at 58:15.
Hey, I don't even want to know.
What? Now you don't want to know. 40 years, now you don't want to know. 58:15, the music starts.
All right.
Want me to start playing music earlier, like at the Oscars, when we want you to get the fuck off the stage?
He's a mean person. Shannon, I'm hoping everybody's hearing him.
No kidding. Everybody knows. Everybody knows I'm mean.
He's a mean person.
Everybody knows
Shannon.
it. Do you know what being mean does? It saves me so much money around the holidays.
Hey, how much do either you or Dragon or whoever get if someone wants studio time? Because I know iHeart makes you guys get paid directly. They won't pay you for it, right?
Well, studio time is just hourly. Like if I had to go, I've handled...
Yeah, like
Guy
if I want to
Benson,
record a podcast, for example, and I book it through somebody.
I'm just on the clock. But then again, since you guys aren't iHeart...
Yeah.
You know for me, you know what I need, right?
Just food.
Yep. What?
What time would work for you?
How long do you need?
It'd be 3 hours.
3 hours after this show?
No, I don't care when it would be, but I'd have to...
Would that be more convenient for you?
Yeah, well, after the show, I mean, that would work, I guess. What would we do, just go next door?
Yeah. Now, we'd have to watch out for CU basketball stuff. That's the only thing that's really taking
What are you
me away
looking to
right
do,
now.
Mark?
I'll talk to you about it after the show. I don't want to talk about it on here, but I just need studio time.
Yep. And I would help you out.
I know you don't want to know this, but
Yeah.
I have a great studio.
No, not for what this is for, though. No, because there could be 4 or 5 people.
Oh. I can only do comfort.
It's a fucking infomercial. I mean, I'll just say what it is. I'm not going to say what it's about. But
Yeah. No, but I would be honored to take care of that. And
Honored?
We would just do it after this show. Yes, I like Mark mostly.
More than me?
I like you mostly.
More
too.
than me?
Well,
oh my God, that's
only
like
because
first
you're
of all,
not here to be liked.
who's more handsome? Me. Who's smarter? Me. Who's got better diction? Me. Who can spell better? Me.
What? What's going on? Oh God! None of that is true. But then
Every
again,
bit of that's true. Do you want me to put a poll up?
Oh no! Don't
well,
put a
it'd be-
poll.
I don't
up.
want to be involved in
I
your
don't
poll
even
going
want.
on.
I don't even want to hear my morons on a poll because they break my chops.
So I'm going to
So
just
mean to
tell
you.
Jess that I'll work out timing with you.
Yeah.
But it would only be, I think, for once a month because I'll be able to do 4 episodes in that 3 hours. It's only a half-hour
Nice.
deal.
Okay.
You know, I was thinking of not owning a car and just doing Uber and Lyft.
Nah, that would drive you insane.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, sometimes,
A lot of
though.
people live
Like
that
if
way.
you were coming out to our house, think about that. You're going to have a $100 Uber ride.
Take the helicopter.
And you'll never get out of there. Not one time has an Uber picked us up at our house. It'll always say an hour out, and then it cancels with 5 minutes to go because no one will go to Franktown. Now they'll drive you out there, but they won't come pick you up.
Oh.
And you fly all the time. I mean, you're going to Uber to and from the airport, and then what happens if you want to stop and get something to eat? Then you're going to do
You know
multiple
what?
Ubers?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
It's very hard to stop a woman on Colfax and wave a 20 at her out of an Uber window.
Now, I'll tell you what we are thinking about. I might not tow our
on the left
vehicle
side
on
of
our
that
next
closet.
long bus trip. I might just Uber everywhere. The problem
you
with
tell
that
by
is
your eye, or
there
do you wanna
are
see the
some
monitor?
places there's no Ubers. I know it's hard to believe.
Is Dimitri coming out of the closet?
Is
he going in?
He just literally
You know
came
what,
out of the closet, by the way.
You know what Bo did yesterday when you left, don't you?
Huh. What Bo did?
Yeah, so Bo was at Tom's house, and Tom left the show at noon.
Yeah.
And I instructed him to go up to the castle throne.
Yeah.
And take a big one.
And wreck it?
Just wreck it.
Lay some cable?
Lay some cable, yes.
Bunker buster.
Bunker buster. Wow. You know, we gave Israel those 2,000-pound bombs or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
You know, the only reason for those would be to hit that military or hit the nuclear installation. There's no other reason
I don't know what the hell
they would use those anywhere.
You can do that one too, though.
Well, bunker busters.
I love, though, everything you've done.
Dropped one on.
I just trust you.
On somebody.
I don't trust Shannon with anything. Could you imagine letting Shannon dog sit for you? You'd come home to a dead dog.
Oh my God, that's not true.
Might as well be a Springfield Haitian.
First of all, I think you're allergic to dogs, aren't you?
She doesn't care if I come here.
Or you just hate dogs.
I don't like dogs. I don't need
dogs.
dogs.
Bullshit. No one. I don't ever trust anyone who hates dogs.
Hey, Ming grew up eating dogs.
It's just I don't need a dog. I don't need.
Well, I'm not talking about. I don't need one either, but I don't hate him for God's sakes. I love all creatures, except you two morons.
Cat, I'm having a hard time buying this plaid.
If some cute little fuzzy thing is going to make a mess on the carpet, it's going to be me.
Hey, do a poll on what my car's worth.
I don't know how I would do that.
They'll just bust my chops. Don't want to do it. Never mind.
Hey, MR, I would not get that Hummer. I think it looks cool and everything, but
it's so cool. It is so cool.
If you get an electric car, I think you're crazy to get anything but a Tesla.
Mark, do you really believe that now, though? Seriously. Do you actually believe that now? You want to come over and look?
Once the other companies start licensing their self-driving, maybe not, but self-driving, 100% is going to be this year. So, and there's nobody else doing it but Tesla.
Like this, so
I love my electric car, and I don't have self-drive.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Way over what? Okay. And the camera's still on -3 too. I made sure of that. Look at this. Oh, that's
I haven't
cool.
even looked at YouTube.
That's cool. Wow. Well, yeah, because I'm looking instant. But I love that warmth. But does it make me look sick?
No, it doesn't make you look sick.
Mark said I look sick. Okay.
You like that warmth? We'll keep it.
I like it.
No, I didn't.
Okay, never mind.
I did not.
All right.
I said someone on YouTube said that.
All right.
Jerks. Here we go.
It's too warm, then you do it. I want you to. Don't go by me.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome. We are here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints, and to make your life a little easier. I have some text here. By the way, you can always text me personally at my number, a Google number, or the short code for iHeart. Now, the short code for iHeart, I don't use much of the other shows, but I'll read them. 57739, okay? And I got a text there saying, Tom, you were wondering about Longmont. That's in Boulder County. But I was talking about bad car dealers and bad car service, and I swear to you, universally, I just can't believe the disproportionate amount of bad car dealers and repair shops in Longmont, all of Weld County, and Greeley. Not Boulder, though. And I'm not talking about Boulder. Okay, now, also, I'd like to welcome our guest, Robert. He is with K&H Home Solutions, and I do have a question. I talk about the Alpine window. Robert, the Alpine window.
Yes, sir.
They want to know, can you do custom Alpen windows for fixed lights that they have in their home? Now, a fixed light is just a big giant, well, you know what it is. I'm telling our people, it's a big giant fixed pane. What do you think?
Yep. Yeah, it's basically a picture window. And yeah, absolutely, that's an option in an Alpen window.
With Alpen?
Yes.
Okay. What?
100%.
I don't, at the risk of sounding like a commercial here, what are some of the main things you like about Alpen? I mean, I know they're made here, and there used to be other windows made here in Colorado. Do you remember Alumax?
Correct. I do.
They used to be made here.
I do remember that.
So
Yep,
tell me
I
about
do.
Alpen.
Alpen, I mean, like you kind of said, it's a local product, so that's a huge factor. They also offer different type of triple pane materials. Their fiber frame, fiberglass frame is, I mean, just unbeatable in the market.
So they do a
again,
fiberglass
made here.
frame, not vinyl.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
100% fiberglass.
what is the benefit? And I'm not throwing stones at all vinyl windows, but what's the benefit in general, fiberglass over vinyl?
You're going to get a lot longer of lifespan on a fiberglass frame. Now, vinyl, again, has come a long way.
Well, sure. But what about insulating qualities and strength and extrusions and all of that?
Yeah, no, they're very strong windows, obviously. A little stubborn when it comes to adjusting them, but they're very, they stand the test of time against Colorado elements.
What about colors?
Sun and
Are
weather.
colors impregnated in a fiberglass or topically coated?
Topically coated. They are all, you can't really extrude fiberglass, so you have to paint everything. So every one of their windows comes with a custom color paint.
Well, how does that
also
hold
comes
up
with a
as
warranty.
opposed to vinyl where the color is impregnated?
I mean, it honestly, it holds up very well, a little bit better than you might think, just because the science has been there for a long time now. So now they kind of bake it on there after the fact, but then that also gives us the ability
it's like
to
it's a
give them
baked
a lot
on
of
perfect
options.
factory finish is what we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
How long
Correct.
do you think that paint is good for before you have to do anything to it? 20 years?
I'd say, yeah, you're on a good 20 years, 30 years. Now, there is going to be natural fading, right? And
Yeah.
over time, just because Colorado's sun does.
But you get that
do its
with
job
everything,
here,
bar none.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
But you
Hey,
don't.
guess what they're giving away?
What?
Home show tickets.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
let's talk
How
about
much are
that.
those
Hold on
generally?
a sec, Robert.
Yes.
Hold on. I want people to
Go
hang
ahead.
on because
Yep.
I want them to find out about Home Show. But I want to go back to the phones here. Or not. Yeah. Anselmo, I hope I'm saying that right. Anselmo? Anselmo?
Anselmo.
Anselmo, I got it. What's going on, man?
Yes, I'm calling about, thank you, Tom, for taking my call.
Yes.
Has to do with a contractor that we hired back in December of
Who'd you hire?
2021, and there's been a lot of delays. Let's see here. It's Advantage Designs Incorporated.
And what did you hire him for?
I don't know if you want to build a barn dominium.
To build a
I don't know if
what?
you're familiar with what a barn dominium is?
No.
Barn dominium. It's a metal building that to combine garage and living quarters.
Oh, okay. Okay. And what went wrong? Okay, and you did this in December.
December of 2021, we signed a contract.
Wait, 2021?
And right. Well, there's been a lot of delays with permits and other issues, and so we've been very patient, needless to say. But it finally got pushed through January of last year, getting the permit required because there's other things involved. I don't know how much time we've got.
When
but,
did you
I'm just trying
actually
to
get the permit?
brief in case the actual permit was in January of last year, of 2024.
Okay, and then what happened?
I know he's a contractor. He's got other projects going on, so I know that, we have to wait when our turn comes around again. But we kept getting told that, October that last year is the time when he can come back.
Here's
and get
what I want to
everything
know.
going again.
Before you go on, bro, how much did you pay so far in cash out of pocket to them?
I've got the numbers here. I haven't really added up.
No,
but,
just give me
I've
rough.
got
Just give me rough. You got to know roughly what you paid, bro.
Okay, approximately, let's see here, about 160,000.
Okay, now I want to know one other thing. How much is the total project?
Hello?
How much is the total project?
Hey, Thomas. Oh.
Okay, yeah, the contract here, the total project was going to run about almost 290,000.
Okay, so keep going with your story. What happened?
Okay, what happened is we kept getting delayed and promises, and these timelines that haven't occurred. And so currently we're out, about 97,000, with a combination of the bardominium project and the building.
I thought you said
And,
160,000 so far. I thought you said 160.
Well, there's been other work done and completed, and that's where the difference is at. But what hasn't been completed is that we haven't got the rest of the project done as far as the foundation work. And
okay, hold on.
Hasn't been delivered.
Okay, the guy didn't walk away or anything, and he did start. I need to know what percentage of the project is done.
I'm going to say about 50%.
Did you say 60%?
50.
Okay, 50, half. Okay, here's what else I want to know. That's 160 you said you paid. Did you now, and then you mentioned 97. So is it 160 plus 97?
Actually total is 160, and there's been some work done that was already been paid for, but we're still out 97,000 for the completion of the foundation. And
I see. This is the part.
Other plumbing work has got to get done.
Anselmo, I'm asking this for a very specific reason. You keep mentioning two numbers, so I don't understand. How much how much money out of your pocket? I don't care where it went. How much money out of your pocket for this project so far?
Probably that first number, the 160.
Okay, and that includes the 97.
Right.
Okay, so keep going. 50% of the project has been done. Is it pretty good so far?
So far, yeah, he's completed what he's what he started. As far as like.
So what are you calling about today?
Well, I'm calling about that. We're not getting any more response from him as far as keep getting these delays, and we can't get on a timeline when he's we can't get anything affirmative from him.
When was the last time he was on the job?
Oh my gosh, probably I'm going to say maybe April.
All right, hang on. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. This is bad news. We got to talk about it. And by the way, One Clear Choice Garage Doors will do the beautiful garage doors for you. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Whether it's the opener or the door, they'll do it all. And 24/7 service for emergencies. All of the prices on their website. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Yep.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
888heating.com is a great company. I love having them on board on my referral list more than 20 years. Garrett and his team are so good, and they have chose to specialize in certain things. They'll do a deep clean for $45. Yes, they'll be happy to put your system into great operating condition. And one thing they do is high efficiency or hybrid units. They can do one that's gas/electric. So if you're doing a solar system, you get tax credits on the whole amount. And also they do high efficiencies at the best prices, and they challenge you to put them to the test. 303-770-2776. Now, let's talk about another company that says, hey, we're proud of our pricing. We'll give you a price on the phone. The Art of Granite Mitch Floria and his team love quoting prices. Now, they'll give away the material if you get it in their boneyard. You pay for the fabrication and installation if it's from their remnant yard. Now, if they have to order material or you get material from the regular yard, it's wholesale. And they tear out and haul away free as well. So they'll give you prices on the phone. Call them right now for any countertop, man-made or natural stone. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919. Thank you. And I think you've improved it tremendously. What do you need?
What do you need? It's changed positions.
Well, no matter what it is, it's framed okay. Well, let me tell you why. Okay. I realized something the other day. When it keeps changing, I wondered why. Then I went to here, and in OBS, there is a frame you can take. Okay. Now, even though the camera gives you whatever it gives you, you can do this or this or this, any part of the frame, right? OBS, every once in a while, freaked out, and it would change position. So I would go into OBS and change the frame. What I didn't realize is when I did that, it changed everything. So it looked like that was different, but it wasn't. What it was is the source that I had captured, I changed, so it looked like that changed. And I realized it was this that changed. So what I did was I went back to full screen, no cropping, and then redid that, then went back and resized. And so I had to redo.
Now this is crazy because he never touches anything.
Had to redo it.
But yet-
Shut up. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about another place in Florida. Anyway, so that's what I had.
What are you talking about, Mark? Oh.
So now,
Tom not touching things.
Now, really, when I do OBS, okay, and I want to change frames, it doesn't touch that. What was happening is when that changed a bit, like when my son maybe lost power, I would change it in OBS. And then we'd think that keeps changing. It's a long story, but what I have to do is
What do you do in OCD?
make that
What's
source
that?
primary.
What does he do in
and then make my
OCD when he's
adjustments.
working with OCD?
I was taking the fucked up version of that and adjusting it.
Ah, the language in this room. By the way, I'm the new, more mellow Mark. I was just gonna make sure everybody knew that.
Sure you are.
Have you? Could you tell today?
Must be the medication he's on, Tom.
Hey, did he say these guys haven't been back since April? Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, April or June.
Okay, we're going to have to give him somebody.
We got to finish up with Barbara too. By the way.
Okay, thanks.
I'll deal with Anselmo, Tom.
Yeah, okay, good. He's a good guy, I think.
Yeah, just we'll finish the conversation, and I'll see what I can do.
What a great name.
What's that?
Anselmo.
Anselmo.
Don't try to say it again, but yeah, it's a great name.
It means
it's Italian.
It means protected by God.
It means pizza.
It's
Martino means pizza in
it
Italy.
actually it's a dramatic. I looked this up. Origin, but adopted by Italian and Portuguese cultures. And it was from the Saint Anselm. I'm looking that up. Anyway.
Kevin Calkins says heads are chronic issues on the escape.
Wow.
What? What are you talking about?
Foundation.org for details.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Anselmo has a problem. And by the way, I didn't forget about you, Barbara. Hang on. Anselmo, if you hadn't heard from them since April, 50% of the project's done. You've paid roughly half. I mean, you're not behind the eight ball as far as money out, but we need to give you some help. We need to have somebody maybe
Yes, I
assigned to
appreciate
this
that.
case that can make some phone calls. Would you like that?
Yes, that'd be great.
Where is this being built?
In Brighton.
May I ask the size? I'm curious.
Yes, it's approximately 3,200 square feet.
Okay. So you have, these things are very popular with people that I call nutso. What I mean by that is, like, you have people that have done it with airplanes, part hangar, part residence. People have done it with gearheads, cars, part garage or shop and part residence. Horse people, that's really popular. They do some stalls in a little arena maybe, or wash racks, and then they do a residence next to it. So what kind of neighborhood are you in?
It's like a farming neighborhood. It's pretty quiet out here.
Now, why did you decide to do that
We're not-
combination unit of residence and shop?
Well, because we have a motorhome that we like to put in and tinker with. So I wanted a good-sized garage to. I gave you the wrong number. It's going to be about 3,600 square feet, and 1,100 of that was going to be the living quarters. So
Okay.
About 2,500 of a garage.
So do you travel a lot with your motorhome?
Yeah, we sure do.
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to give you Deputy Doc. He volunteered. He said, let me help Anselmo. And Anselmo, do you know your name? Your name means protected by God. I bet you knew that, right?
I've heard that more than once, yes.
Yeah, and so dramatic background, but it goes to Portuguese and Italians adopted that after a saint. I looked that up. I looked it up. It's pretty cool. All right, man. Thank you very much. 303-713-8255. Barbara. Back to you, Barbara. So let's continue here. Your Ford Escape, again, now they say you need an engine. What I'd like you to do is get back to us on that warranty. We will have somebody go over everything to make sure you're being treated fairly. Do you have any follow-up questions?
I appreciate that. I just want to let you know that my warranty was an extended purchased at the time that I bought the car. It's an extended warranty.
But we still, at 2017, if you've owned it since then, did you buy it in 2000?
No, I just bought it in 20.
Yeah, she's saying she has some kind of aftermarket warranty.
Okay, hold
Who
on.
is it?
When did you buy this car?
5 of 23.
Okay. So when you bought it, that's when you bought an extended warranty.
Correct.
Okay, fine. Keep us informed.
It is in the warranty period.
Okay. All right. You keep us informed, and I wrote this down. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let me go back to some texts about windows, doors, and siding. Somebody wants to know. Now, this is controversial. Nobody likes talking bad about products they sell, for goodness sakes. But I am not, I'll just say this up front, I'm not a big fan of Hardy. I'm not. It's got to be installed, in my opinion, perfectly and all of that. I'm going to ask K&H Home Solutions what they think about Hardy board or whatever they call James Hardy siding. Robert, and then what other options you have. What do you like? Go ahead.
Like you said, Hardy board, is really going to be like your best option here for the elements, just because it stands the test of time. But you're right, just because it's concrete board, it's made for the elements, it's pre-painted. Part of their paint is part of their warranty.
It's pretty hail resistant big time.
Yeah, it stands the test of time. But you're right, Tom. It has to be installed correctly for everything to function right. The next to that, we do have a mill run, which is an insulated vinyl that also comes with like a lifetime prorated warranty, and then we have Provia vinyl that we also comes with a prorated warranty. But we also offer a house wrap that also adds an insulating factor as well behind some of these. Because some of you some of the siding we get is just siding. But we also can add a house wrap that has a R value on that as well.
All right, listen.
So not just
let's talk about those free tickets, man.
Yes, sir.
I will. I will. Home show tickets. Go ahead. Spill the beans.
So we're running the home show like you guys are advertising. We're down there from the 8th to the 16th. And we're running a little deal here that if anybody wants to call in during the show and mention your guys' show to us and get a free quote with us, we will give them some free tickets to the show.
How much are those worth, man?
They've raised the prices recently. They used to be $15. They range anywhere from $15 to $30 a piece.
Wow.
How many are you giving away for a free quote?
I mean, we have quite a few, depending on, what their needs are, but I'd say at the minimum 2. If you needed more than that, I'm sure we could make something work.
Let's say 2 to 4.
Oh, he means how many? Yeah, I mean, like if 10 people call, they'll all get tickets.
No. What I mean is each party, anybody. Mark. If somebody wants but that's good too. The overall limit. But if a party calls, is a party 2, or would you give away 4 tickets?
Sure, absolutely. We'd give away 4 tickets, whatever you need to get to the show, as long as you book a free consultation with us.
And then Mark mentioned total limit. How many do you have to give away? I mean, is it until further notice or what?
Yeah, until further notice. I mean, I'd love to run out of all of them, that's for sure.
All right.
You can't beat free home show tickets. I mean, my God.
Exactly.
Now, what do you do
when they call?
When they call, do you set them aside or get them at will call or what?
Yep, we will set them at will call. If on the event that they do, like I said, book the appointment, then
all right. Let me give that number out. 303-421-7100. And that's the K&H number you can use anytime for any kind of products. That's 303-421-7100.
Yep.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. 2 faves for just $7.
Yeah, we got a delay right now on I-25 northbound, just up past the Boulder Turnpike. Got a box truck that's broken down in the center lane of the highway. It is jammed back past I-76. Pretty heavy stop and go through there. Kind of push left or right, add some time with that heavy jam up. All the way down on the southeast corner, Parker Road still in a delay mode northbound with a crash at E470, the toll highway. Still in the cleanup stages, one up to the north at 104th and McKay Road. And we are seeing a little slowing on I-70 eastbound, heading out towards E470, right around Colfax with road work. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of these favorite items for just $7. Choose from their spicy or classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. 2 fave items for $7? Gotta be Wendy's. Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Terms apply.
SheridanAutotech.com. Sheridan Autotech is the name of the place by Kevin and his team. I call him Uncle Kevin, Uncle Kevin, because he does treat everyone like family. Listen, seriously, pre-buy inspection is about $120. It's amazing what you get for that price. I would never buy a car without Sheridan Autotech doing a pre-buy inspection. They also do maintenance and repairs, including electrical issues. They're on Colfax west of Wadsworth, and they're people I've known, gosh, I don't even know how many years. I lost track. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. I know. Keep marveling at how I stay on time. Keep marveling.
It is amazing, actually.
Yeah.
It'll definitely last minutes.
No, it's been almost 2 days in a row.
Have a good one. Okay.
We're going to start calling you Old Faithful.
I would not go that far. Old, yes.
All right. Talib, you ought to buy my Beamer.
He'd look good in that
Beamer. He'd look good in that Beamer. Yep.
Let's be honest. He'd get profiled in that Beamer.
Oh, my God. I can't believe you said what everyone's thinking. No, Talib
That's a good fucking looking vehicle.
Talib wouldn't, because Talib looks classy. He looks like...
Sell it to him on payments. Give him like... $100 a month forever. I think that'd be a good deal. $100 a month forever. I take it. That's a good deal. Great deal. Would you do it, Tom?
No.
Oh.
You know, because something could happen to the car.
Something could happen to the car. Yeah. Are you going to get the Tesla? What are you going to get, man?
I love Tesla. I've always loved them. I wanted to get that Plaid, but I was overruled by someone who doesn't cook.
Yeah.
By the
Or
way,
vacuum, right?
Not that cooking's important, but I think I'm not going to be overruled anymore because I
wouldn't mess around. I'd be like, look, this is what we're getting now. Zip it.
You know what? Here's what freaked her out. They're too powerful. I swear to God, that's what freaked her out. Here's what I did wrong.
1,100 horsepower.
I said, no. We're not even talking that. I said, hon, you got to, before I delivered the car to Vonnie, I said, you got to check out Vonnie's car. And, or was it before? I don't know. I had it for a reason, maybe. But in any case, God almighty, when I showed her, I didn't even know. That's just a Model 3. That's not even like yours. I mean, they're rocket ships, these things, man.
They're rocket ships.
God damn.
And it's funny, he actually builds rocket ships.
And that's a Model 3.
Yeah, I know. They're fast off the bat. This one I'm looking at here is 200 miles per hour, 0 to 60 in 1.99.
Holy crap.
You imagine going 200. I've gone up to 150. I don't think I've ever been over 150.
Oh, well,
unfortunately,
I've been over 200, but I wasn't driving.
Was it in your Ferrari? What was it?
There were two different people that drove two different times. One was a state trooper. He was off duty, and we were trying out a Corvette from Rowley. And then once was with Rowley.
Oh, wow. Both times Corvettes then.
Yeah, and both were on I-70. And Mark, this is what was so freaked out. It's like all of those things that take forever to get to out on I-70 when you're way east of Denver. It was like these underpasses and intersections are going by like boom, boom, and it's like, oh man, it was crazy. But I wasn't driving. The fastest I ever drove was 148.
Yeah, I was 150 in my current car.
148 on
Not
I-70.
that I condone
and that was a Corvette too. Now my Ferrari, actually, I never really went that fast in the Ferrari. I mean, I did off the line, but I never did top end on it. I had two Ferraris.
I even had my RX-8 before your ex ran over it up to close to 150.
My first Ferrari was actually faster than the second.
630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Greg has a question about Rhino Shield. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Tom, I've been hearing a lot of commercials for Rhino Shield, and I was wondering if you know anything about it.
Yes, I do. Yeah. In fact, over the years, it's not new. Over the years, similar products have been marketed. And I actually used one of them years ago on my house. Now, I want to say this right up front. If given the choice, I'd go with K&H Home Solutions and get a siding, okay? Now, I think Rhino Shield is good when you already have a wood product or a product that needs to be painted. And we're not talking about the Rhino that goes in a pickup truck. We're talking about Rhino Shield, a painting or a coating for a house or a deck. And what it is basically microscopic ceramic spheres. They're little pieces of basically ceramic mixed in with a coloring and a insulated durable paint. It's about 10 times thicker than regular paint. A lot of people don't like the way it looks. it does look like a coating, okay? You're not going to see... It does look like a coating. I mean, it does. But it is really strong. Really strong. You can actually stop wood rotting. You can go over, well, you want to clean up the rot and sand it down and all that. But it's pretty damn good. It also is highly reflective, so it doesn't absorb heat and it doesn't warp or fade. It doesn't crack. It's good, okay? But it comes in several different brands. They're not the only ones that do it. Now, what do you know about it? I'm going to ask our expert here, Robert Schisler from K&H. What do you think, Robert?
You know, I got to be honest with you, Tom. I'm not too familiar with the Rhino Shield. I mean, we do siding strictly, so I can't give you the best answer here. Like you said, the best thing I would do is go with siding with us, because that's going to be your better fix. But yeah, I wish I can give you more answers, but I don't have the,
it's pretty damn expensive too. What are you being quoted for your house?
I haven't called yet, and one thing I do know is based on the cost, you're not going to be able to change colors very often.
What is that?
You're going to have to live with whatever color
for sure. I mean, changing a color would be a nightmare, taking the damn stuff down.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's so far I haven't contacted anybody. I'm going to do some research and see who the different brands are. I have an existing home, and the siding, which is wood, and on the back it's LP siding, is in pretty good shape. I'm just getting tired of painting every 5 years.
Listen to this, man. Listen to this.
So that's why I was thinking of it.
Listen to the pricing. According to this data I pulled up on a home improvement site, independent, it can range up to $14 a foot. It's anywhere from $9 to $14 a foot, and you're talking about 18 grand for like a 2,000 square foot house.
Oh.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
I mean,
may rethink this.
Well, you can damn near do siding.
What would siding be? Yeah, so for a 2,000 square foot home, what would LP siding? Not LP, but
James Hardy.
The stuff that's got the concrete mixed in. Yeah, James Hardy.
What would that be, Robert? Approximately.
Oof.
Just roughly, man.
I mean, right around that. I mean, honestly, it's a very it's a high end product, man. It's good. It lasts the test of time. So. But I'm not the sales reps. I mean, I
get it, but we got to have some ballparks. I mean, that's the whole idea of being here, right? We got to, so you're saying probably a medium size or good size home, about 18 grand, fully installed.
Yeah, fully installed, fully warranted, and then again comes with a 30-year manufacturer warranty, one-time transferable.
Have them come out and give you a free quote, man. You'll get free tickets to the home show.
You know, that's not a bad idea.
Yep, I will do that.
Yeah, it's 303-421-7100.
Yep, that sounds like a great idea.
It is a great idea. And then you get home show too.
Not only that, but then when you're at the home show, you can look at all the products.
You know, I hesitate to bring this up, but bro, I got to bring it up, Robert, only because I loved it. And so many companies did it. They're all different names, but it all comes down to this solid polymer. One is called Everlast. They were called different names, and then they abruptly pulled them off the market. And, I mean, these things had color through and through. They were damn near bulletproof. What happened, Robert?
In the process of their manufacturing, we started realizing some of the issues with Colorado weather. Some of their products were warping. Sun was just kind of beating us up. And so we kind of had to get rid of that product, unfortunately. It started out, like you said, really well as a solid product, but it just, again, Colorado, mile-high element there really kicks its butt. So,
well, around the country, is it still doing well?
It's still, it performs well in other areas out east, anywhere really outside of Colorado, Arizona, Wyoming, kind of this little belt we're in here.
Now, I heard another one. Here's another one. Align siding. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not.
Okay. apparently it was like the solid product, the polymer product.
Yep.
So you haven't heard of it?
I have not. I mean, like I said, our big ones that we know that can kind of stand the test of time are Hardy, Provia Vinyl, and Mill Run.
Okay.
And
And
all
again,
of those have great
what is
warranties with
Provia
them.
basically? Is it just a vinyl product?
It is a vinyl product. Obviously, tons of different colors and options, end caps and whatnot, but it does come with a lifetime warranty that is also one-time transferable.
Okay, then I have another question. Do you remember the vinyl coated steel and vinyl coated? When we talk about vinyl, are we talking about that, or are we talking about vinyl, straight vinyl or vinyl coated?
It's straight vinyl. A lot of it is backed too, so it can kind of take a beating as far as hail and whatnot goes. So, but it is straight vinyl product.
Okay, do they make vinyl coated steel anymore and aluminum?
They might. We don't do it just because of all the issues we had.
Okay, William. William, what is your comment on siding?
Well, I just recently did some work at the house, and I did get quotes, and it was last year, so it was recent. K&H, a bunch of folks. All of them were pretty consistent, but to do a Hardy siding on the house was going to be about $50,000.
And how big is your house?
Square foot house. About 1,200 square foot.
Huh? 1,200 square feet, $50,000.
Well, I'm talking about the entire footprint inside the house. I don't know what the measurement was outside.
Yeah, but it can't be that much. It's 1,200 square feet.
Soffit.
But
What's that?
It was pretty consistent amongst everybody in the industry. But for Hardy to be completely redone, soffits and all that stuff, it was going to be about $35,000 to $50,000. 50 being outside if they had to replace any OSB.
Okay.
So, just a heads up, FYI.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
they were all consistent. There was nobody really out there crazy.
What else did you get? What else did you get bids on?
Well, I did the painting, the whole house painting, and redoing repairs instead of doing replacement of the siding.
Hey, you know what some people are doing, William? They take off the damn siding and they're putting up stucco.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It was a good idea. I didn't have OSB under there.
Damn, I'm wondering how much, I wonder if you compare like stucco to like other kinds of siding, what that would be. Robert, what do you think as far as comparisons? Do you know, like James Hardy or another good siding versus stucco? Is siding a bit cheaper?
We don't do any stucco, so I can't really do any price comparing
but
there.
certainly though, when it comes to selling though, you have to sell against some of this stuff.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm not the sales rep, so I can't really. I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I just know that we don't really, dabble in stuff.
So let's talk about free tickets. If you want free tickets, you can get free tickets. That's one thing we know for sure. If you get a free estimate, 303-421-7100. 303-421-7100. We got more coming up.
Okay.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
Yeah, we got a delay right now on I-25 northbound, just up past the Boulder Turnpike. Got a box truck that's broken down in the center lane of the highway. It is jammed back past I-76. Pretty heavy stop and go through there. Kind of push left or right, add some time with that heavy jam up. All the way down on the southeast corner, Parker Road still in a delay mode northbound with a crash at E470, the toll highway. Still in the cleanup stages, one up to the north at 104th and McKay Road. And we are seeing a little slowing on I-70 eastbound, heading out towards E470, right around Colfax with road work. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song. Get your max tax refund guaranteed, and new customers get $100 to switch. Don't miss the boat. Book an appointment with experts today. Limited time offer for new clients, participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Okay, well, let's talk about O'Brien Legal Services. That is a law firm, Brad O'Brien and his team, that do real estate law. What the heck is that? Well, if you're a landlord, you certainly need you certainly need a lawyer to tell you how to do proper evictions, leases, how to stay out of trouble, how to comply with new laws. What about if you're neighbor versus neighbor on an easement or something like that? Whatever it is, real estate, you're going into a closing, you want some documents reviewed. That's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. That's 720-370-7388. Now, get your carpets cleaned. That's ZeroResDenver.com. I am a firm believer in Zero Res Denver because I believe in health and I believe in cleanliness and I believe in getting the best job done for the best price. All of that is ZeroResDenver.com. Why? Because they're the bomb when it comes to cleaning like in a healthy way. They use no chemical soaps or emulsifiers. They use only purified softened water, the best cleaning agent in nature. For Valentine's Day, you get 3 rooms, Zero Resified, starting at just $109 and a free hallway and $75 off duct cleaning. They also do tile and grout or anything else you want cleaned. I would call no one else. It looks clean, feels clean, and is clean and healthier too. 303-471-5150. Hey, no one plans on being in an accident, hence the name accident, especially being injured in an accident. If you or your passengers, your loved ones are in an accident, you need information. I know one thing, that John Fuller is the only attorney that talks to you up front before you hire him. That's right. You can call and talk to him before. And that doesn't mean coming in for a meeting or anything. Just call on the phone and he'd be happy to discuss your case and the next steps and what you should do and what the case is worth. John Fuller, I believe in this guy. He's for real. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. The website, callfuller.com.
Very kind. Thank you. All right. A little bit. I will never use it, of course, but yeah.
What is it?
It's shopping. They go and they buy stuff at a grocery store. As a matter of fact, we talked to King Soopers president, Joe Kelly, and they're offering free delivery during the strike.
Oh, really?
Which is, the King Soopers food delivery, but
That's smart.
Instacart is a company that'll go in and do it.
What do you feel like, by the way, so we can order?
They actually.
Okay, I don't know yet, so let me think.
Go to different stores.
You want to use that stuff? We should do that on purpose. Since
Like
you're
if
out
I
there.
put fennel and they don't have it at King Soopers, will they go to a different store to pick up fennel?
That I don't know.
Okay.
That is a detail I do not know.
Just wondering.
Same here. Yeah.
I've never really. I don't know that much about them.
I like looking for fennel.
Fennel?
Yeah.
I was like,
the hell's fennel?
Fennel?
It's
You don't know what fennel
it's
is?
an anise vegetable.
What are you,
It's
nuts?
the seeds of a celery plant, Mark.
That sounds horrible.
No, it's good.
Who
It's
the hell
Fennel
like
you.
an
Fennel.
anise.
Fennel
It's
you.
anise flavored. It's
Listen.
good. If you like black
Take your fennel and
licorice, you'll like
shove it up your nose.
Yeah. Fennel you.
This is really something.
And I thought Mark was the absolute authority
Well,
on vocabulary.
On
It's
everything.
kind of amazing.
Oh, right, everything.
It's
Excuse me.
somewhat amazing the many things Mark doesn't know. It's also amazing the things he does know.
It's amazing that I knew what fennel was.
Mm-hmm.
I choose not to believe in fennel, though.
All right.
I'm like a flat earther,
Yeah.
but it's with fennel.
It's all your truth. I get it.
It's fennel.
Home Depot.
Hi, my name's Kelly. I like fennel. Jesus.
Well, guess where you can't go now? A woman's locker room. So
Damn
shut
it.
up.
You know what?
Huh.
I feel bad for
What do you
that
think
one
about
person
that Title
whose life
IX
is
shit?
now
What do you
changed.
think about it?
I think it's about time to have biological males competing with biological females. Makes absolutely no sense.
Are you
There
hateful?
was a thing on Facebook,
Are you hateful,
Tom.
you son of a bitch? Are you hateful?
No, there was
a little.
There was a thing on Facebook.
I'm just kidding.
In some race, in a 4x1, 4x200, where they had a relay and they let the guy be the last leg. There was a woman who was about at least 100 yards in front of him, and he caught up to her in about a half a second, and everybody passed her. She came in dead last. It was her against 6 guys, and she had about at least 100 to 150 meter lead, and she couldn't keep it. There's just no comparison between biological males and biological females.
Well, I mean, even
iHeartRadio station.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, so Deputy Chopper has some follow-ups. Deputy Chopper, let's go with a couple of them here. What's happening?
I just have one. We had a caller, Antonio, call a couple days ago about a problem at a mortuary.
Yes, sir.
Where there was a viewing of the husband, and they opened up the casket, and the remains was in parts.
Now, this was a viewing of, I think, of his wife, but I might be wrong. But in any case, it was terrible. What was his name?
It was. I didn't get the husband's name, but Antonio was a friend of the family. I did reach out to a very good friend of mine who's been in the business for 44 years, and he could not believe this. It just is not the standard policy. And we talked about it for some time, and he thought the only way it could have happened is the mortuary didn't realize what the shape of the body was at the time, and because my friend said he would never ever.
Yeah, but what? What happened in this particular case? You don't have the guy's first name. I can't look it up. What was the name of the place? Do we know?
It'd be Antonio.
Antonio. Okay, got it. So what ended up happening? Anything?
Well, since Antonio was just calling on his own, I said because the family is in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ceremonies. Have the husband call us if there's still an issue.
Yeah, because wasn't this service supposed to be this Friday?
Yes, it was. It's a Catholic service. It was going to be a mass and then the cremation this Friday. So I wanted the husband to grieve and get it, and then call us if he had some issues, because it's rough when we're getting a third-hand caller, talking about something.
Yeah, for sure. And so you didn't call the husband?
But no, he didn't. Again, it was his wife's friend, and he didn't have that information.
Okay.
He was supposed to send us stuff, and he never did.
Well, we're still available if he needs help. So what's going on now, bro, with the other one?
No, this one might shock us too. But remember the guy that had the 16-year-old washing machine, and he bought parts from Sears, and he decided with my talking to go buy a new washing machine, and Sears said, send back the parts and we'll give you a refund. Guess what, Tom?
What?
Sears sent him the refund.
Wow. Holy crap.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, that's good. Did he have to send the parts back?
Yes, he did have to send the parts back. They did deduct the diagnosis of $120, but he got like $660 back, I think, and he's happy because he has the new washing machine. And to be honest, that's the first time I heard Sears ever doing anything good, since I've been with you.
Sears is a freaking dinosaur. I mean, they're dying. Can you imagine? I mean, if we look over the years at how things have changed, holy crap. Some of these giant names are no one, and some of these people come out of nowhere and they're everything. I mean, think about how the world of commerce has changed. Oh my gosh! I mean,
I know, Tom.
There's 11 Sears stores left, and the majority are in California.
Do you think this could ever happen to a Walmart? They're too advanced,
No,
aren't
Walmart's
they? They adapt.
Walmart's the largest retailer in the world.
Plus, they adapt. Well, Sears at one time probably was up there, but I think that the word I'm looking for is adaptation. Those who adapt stay, right? Okay. I remember telling Rocky's Autos that they never believed in the internet. Anyway, they're unfortunately gone. And we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Here at that time?
Okay.
Conservatively.
You heard the music that time, right, Tom?
$40 million
shut
in
up.
profit a day.
I'm gonna. You know what I'm
Did
gonna
it show up
do?
at the right-
I am
What?
definitely
What?
driving down there. I'm driving down there.
You're all talk. Listen, I gotta go anyway.
That's why I'm driving down there.
I'll meet you on a playground somewhere.
Okay, let's do it.
$16.3 billion
Down behind the school
a year.
Yes, sir.
Their sales per day, let's look here. Amazon doesn't break it out anymore. They'll have total sales listed, but a lot of that's their servers.
You know what I hate when you
They do
order
1.56 billion a day.
Okay.
Walmart?
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm not telling you.
Let me see. Amazon.
We want to hear about your troubles.
Sales per day.
Yeah, of course you do. Everybody does. Okay.
1.6.
Hear about your
So don't.
your white
But
privilege
once again, though, the
problems.
issue with that is that includes.
Don't scratch.
We want to hear about your white privilege
Their
problems, Tom. What you got?
That's unbelievable, too, though. It's unbelievable. All right, dude. It was good seeing you, man.
Shannon's tickets.
Hey.
Good to go.
Hey, Shannon.
Yeah.
4 of them down there.
There's 4 on will call under Shannon Scott.
Love you.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Shoot me an email on how many we get. On the spots, we'll mention it, too. The same deal, right? Okay, cool.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You got it. Later, man. I like how savvy you consider that lucky. She put, Doc, I'm lucky both my kids identify as their birth gender. I mean, I would think out of, 100 people? Not even 100. Out of 1,000 people, how many identify as the opposite now? I mean, what do you think? Yeah, 1. I'm afraid to even Google it because it's going to be some liberal answer. It's going to be like, 50%. Let's see. 1.6% of adults. And see, I don't trust any of these sites. This site says 0.06. I wonder how many people claim they're transgender, but then later on in life, they're no longer transgender.
So now, when it stops, we turn it off. So if they're stopped, turn it off. If not, we'll keep it running. So I ordered a...
I'm gonna go play pickleball. What are you doing? Oh.
What's that, Mark?
I'm gonna go play pickleball soon.
Where?
I'm looking right now. We're trying to find an open, a place where you can go play with other people, just random people show up.
Yeah, that's cool. Do you like it?
I love it.
Are you good?
Last time we played at peak pickleball.
Are you pretty good?
You and Steph should get into it. Didn't she play tennis?
Yeah, well, she freaking does everything, yeah.
I'm serious. Didn't she play tennis or no?
Yeah. And golf?
Is she a pretty good golfer?
Shit, yeah, she used to be. She used to be scratch.
10 seconds.
That's a
bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW. Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, we're here solving problems, answering questions, taking your place, making your life a little easier if we can each and every day. Welcome one and all, whether you're joining us on the air, or whether you're joining us on YouTube, or whether you're joining us on the iHeartRadio app. God, it's amazing how many calls I'm getting. The farthest one I've gotten, 2 of them. What do you think they are, Mark? And it's weird. It's weird. In fact, one cafe... They gathered to listen to the show in Alaska, some remote part of Alaska. Hello, Alaskans. And anyway, the other...
We had some Russians for a while.
That's what I was just going to say that. That's right. Well, the guy just, he texted me the other day. They're still there. This village in Russia. I mean, I don't know why, but it's pretty cool. So, and speaking of Russia, Deputy D was from there. And so, how the heck and what the heck do they want, right? What do they want to hear from this show that would be of use to them? And of course, I've never gotten texted from anywhere farther than that. But I will give away a gift. I'll send you some swag and whatever you want. up to $100, like maybe Amazon or something, if you text me, and I'm going to verify it, so don't pretend, from the farthest text I get or email or contact on YouTube, the farthest one away today will get a prize. 303-713-TALK. And I don't mean mentally distant, because that would be Doc. He'd win. We're talking about geographically distant. All right. So what's on your mind today? We don't have, for the first time, we don't have calls. So I'm going to go to some texts. Tom, hardy board, hardy siding, and anything like that is totally compromised if someone does not install it properly. So what they mean by that is basically they have to have the nails or the nails. They don't screw it in, right? And it can't penetrate the surface all. It's you got to be highly skilled to install it properly. And they say that they'd rather not do it. Now, align siding, by the way, somebody texted me and said they have it and they love it. And it's kind of like the old polymer sidings I talked about, but it's a composite cladding. It's by Gentech. And I was trying to think about this Align because it is a total solid product. And the colors are impregnated. And it's a pretty damn nice, it's a pretty nice product, Align. And I believe Genesis does that, right, Mark? Didn't they say they did that? Genesis,
yep.
Yeah. Genesis Total Exteriors. And Gravina's, I believe, man, they do a little bit of everything for sure. They have, like I said, 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of doors and windows. And that's Gravina, by the way, gravinawindows.com, 950 West Evans. And God, we've had them on our list for years and years and years, Larry and now Nick. And then, of course, Larry worked with his dad, 950 West Evans, gravinawindows.com. And when we talk about heritage, we've been blessed, Mark. We really have been blessed by the people that we do business with. I mean, we really have. When you talk about things that could go wrong with companies, I mean, if you think about it, we haven't had a lot of bad companies over the years. They exist. We've had a couple duds here and there, but in general,
was it Solar Mart?
No, I forget the name, so I don't want to say it. I think it was, but that one, yeah, that guy, oh, God. You know what, though? Here's the thing, though. He didn't start out bad. No. He was a pretty good company for a while. See, here's the thing. There are a lot of companies that fail, not because of dishonesty or anything, but for other reasons. And when they fail and they go downhill, it's how they handle it that counts. And that's why we always keep a really close watch on everything we do when it comes to endorsing companies. I mean, if you think about it, Mark, maybe 2 or 3, and I say bad ones, or where they ended badly, and when you think of the thousands of people on the referral list over the years and the people we've endorsed. Now, by the way, this is really frightening. There's been a new study, and it under Health Watch, and CBS News is reporting it. Microplastics in human brains are increasing over time. They have in a article published by Nature Medicine, the University of New Mexico, researchers found microplastics in human brains in the last 8 to 10 years have increased 50%. I don't even know how they know this, but apparently they have tracked results of autopsies and brain tissue samples have, before it used to be liver and kidney, now brain samples show high concentrations of microplastics. I mean, what the hell is going on? It seems like plastics are everywhere. And to me, that's frightening. I mean, it's just like there's nothing you can do about it. It's in soil. It's in everything. I don't know how you would, or how people who manufacture food products could even detect plastic. I'm not even talking about the obvious, like, packaging and all that. I'm talking about stuff that is absolutely hidden from us and no detection available. So Super Bowl ads this year, this is another thing that I find fascinating. Not only are they paying $5 million for 30 seconds, can you imagine that? $5 million.
It was 8 million. 8 million.
It's not 5, it's 8 million?
8 million for a 30-second spot.
Holy crap, where did I get this 5? Oh, that was, hold on. Yeah, you're right. This was an average over the last few years. This is 8 million. So what's big? What's the biggest thing being advertised in 2025 in the Super Bowl? Well, consumer packaged goods, they call it, as a general category. What would a consumer package? I don't even know what that means. Consumer packaged goods. So here's the thing. Next category being advertised is food and beverage. So those are the biggest ones. Packaged goods. I still have to find out what the hell that means, packaged goods. There's no break.
Well, like Doritos, Tom.
Okay.
Doritos.
No, that would come under. Wouldn't that come under food and beverage?
But it's packaged goods also.
Okay. Anyway, the other one is, let's see. Here's the other one. Tech is number 3 being advertised. Financial services number 4. Automobiles is number 3. Media, retail, pharma, travel, betting, and then that's it. Betting is at the bottom of the barrel. You would think that would be big, right? And so the thing about home, improvement, body awareness, and body improvement would be under both tech and retail and pharma. So some of these stem different categories. Then there are first timers doing their Super Bowl ad. Can you imagine allotting $8 million for one 30-second commercial? Imagine that. And wanting to get a payoff on that? We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do a market valuation of your home and predict or tell you what he can sell it for or what it will sell for, what you can net based on the local expenses, and how your home compares. This is all a free analysis with absolutely no obligation. It's not a drive-by. It's a complete detailed analysis. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Geez, any time would be fine. I mean, you can do it tomorrow if you want. I don't care.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you would finish the phone number, that would probably help.
There's no way out. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a...
You only give out 2 of the last 4 digits. It makes it difficult for everybody to call.
I did. Your exit
no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. Free. Explaining how the timeshare industry works.
Well, you may have, but your equipment crapped out and we didn't hear a damn thing.
Call 800-522-5700.
You didn't touch anything.
22-5700.
Vestera Turnkey. Now, it's Vestera. It's kind of like a takeoff on the word invest in earth or in stuff. And this is a real estate firm that helps you become a landlord without the conventional hassles and risks. And here's how it works. It's very simple. Barry Miller and his esteemed group of researchers find markets to buy rentals, and they help you manage them through management companies and take not all, but most of the conventional risk and hassles out of it, 30 to 80% returns. Vestera Turnkey. And the number to call if you want to talk to them is, let me get that number for you. It is 303-888-3788. Now, if you're ever in trouble and you need a real estate attorney, Well, I mean, not a real estate, a defense attorney. Joe Lazzara is the guy. Now, let me explain something about defense. It's a little different than most. And here's why. A lot of people get nickeled and dimed. They don't know what the cost is going to be. With Joe, you get free initial consultation. So that's taken off the table. And then you get flat rate pricing. Lazzara Legal. You can find them at referralist.com or give them a call, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Oh.
How many people got 9 Inch Nails?
No, that's tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we are how many minutes away? It's a lot of money for salad. I don't get it. How the fuck? Wait a minute. How does that all add up? How does the price of food double by the time it's delivered? You son of a bitch. No, man, with all their fees. For where? Damn, I wish I could. Thank you, though. They asked you to do that? Oh. What is it for? Yeah. Yeah.
6 months of service.
Your dasher is on the way. Make sure the doorway is clear. So listen, I ordered a new lock set for the front door to match the whole pattern, because that's a bald one, and you know. Oh no, it's actually, but the lock set that I'm getting is flat black instead of bronze because I couldn't get that bronze, but and it's antique black. So it's going to be a combination lock and a fingerprint. So I can put your fingerprint in there, and you can walk up and bam. You won't have to use the garage door every time. It'll work. Or I can assign a code just to you, so I know when you come in and out. Actually, whatever you want, I'll do. Yeah. Because the fingerprint's traceable to you too. Just. Oh, do you believe that? Come on. Do you really believe, though, that all this tech is going to be used by the government? No, I'm talking about for the government, for our government. God, isn't it amazing how our regimes change and everything changes? Look at, like, the transgender thing. But it's all going to go right back to the way it was. I mean, back and forth, back and forth. There should be some kind of law set up where there could be continuity. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like almost unfair that you just get the whim of whoever's in there. Well, yeah. Come on, man. Now you're making me paranoid.
local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We're here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to make complaints, to make your life a little easier. By the way, no political or ideology being advertised this year, we're told. And also, Chinese companies, they were all over the game last year, and they've cut way back. China is kind of afraid of what, and we're talking about Super Bowl advertising, of what the government's going to do. And we were also just talking about something that I believe is business as usual nowadays. It used to be that when the government took action and they did something, whether it be for consumers, mostly that's what I've been interested in over the years, or it's been more on the social, lifestyle, or the economic or finance ring or realm. Here's something that's been really weird. Well, I mean, not really weird, but the fact of life recently is that you get a pendulum that swings from being anything goes to being conservative to being whatever in between. And it seems like the American people put up with a certain amount and then say no more of this. Then they put up with that and they say no more of this. And it goes back and forth. It really does, okay? It really does. And we no longer have moderation. Like you have all or nothing. For example, under Biden and his administration, which would clearly be called liberal, we had clearly an administration who did certain things a certain way, and now we have an administration basically doing almost the opposite. If you take Title IX, for example, which is about women's sports and sports in general and scholastics, Biden basically had a rule that anyone could be classified as any gender they want with just a statement. There were no drugs involved, no surgeries involved, nothing. You could just switch. And I know personally a case where there was this kid in college who could not make it. He was the worst. Oh, I'll just tell you what it was. It was fencing. He was the lousiest fencer you want to see. Okay? And it was Division I competition, and the school took it quite seriously. So he comes back in his, I believe, his third year, and he continued through his fourth year. He comes back as a woman. He did not take drugs and did not have surgery. Completely simply saying, I am now a woman. He was allowed to join the women's fencing team and displaced people on there who used to be the top. And now he was, being the worst male fencer, became the best fencer on the female team, went out and won all kinds of prizes and medals and honors. Think about that. Now, under Trump, and by the way, in high school, the same thing, right? Under Trump, he basically does an order saying, nope, this is the way it's going to be. If you're born, whatever you're born, you're going to stay when it comes to athletes. You're not allowed to compete with female athletes. They called it an assault on. They went way farther than just make the executive order. They made it a whole thing like, hey, it's not fair. And a lot of people agree with it, right? I don't know where you stand, but a lot of people agree. In fact, a lot of people had no problem.
I'd say 95% agree.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Mark. No one really, well, I shouldn't say no one. People really had no problem with you wanting to identify with another gender. I mean, if that wasn't their problem, like whether it be prison or whether it be anywhere, the problem they had is when those rights encroached on others. I mean, let's face it. I know that people wanted to make it sound like hate if you felt like a guy who simply decided he's now a woman. A lot of people thought it was hateful if you were against that. him competing with your 14 or 15-year-old girl. I mean, they would say, oh, you're a hateful person because you won't let this person do that. And what's amazing to me is how many women's advocacy groups went along with it. I mean, they went along with it and said, yep, if he says he's a woman, he can compete with us. And they were basically beating the hell out of him. And women that waited so long to be on teams were displaced by this. Now, it wasn't a big number. It wasn't a giant volume. There's an open mic somewhere. Somebody might want to check, but I'm hearing back.
Hey, Tom, you want to hear?
I guess it was
an
Doc's
amazing
mic.
statistic?
Go ahead, Doc. What?
Oh,
go ahead.
If the the Amateur Athletic Union keeps track of times for the 100-yard dash, the woman who was the fastest woman in the 100-yard dash had literally over 2,000 men who were faster than her.
And she was the fastest.
And she was the fastest woman. There's just no comparison.
Well, the tennis players are the ones that blow me away. The Williams sisters, both of them, a mediocre college tennis
beat the
player
hell out of them.
Can beat them 10 out of 10 times. It's remarkable.
Serena was on a talk show, and she said, look, this is almost a direct quote, I don't want to play against men. It's a different sport. It's a different game. If I played, I think she said Murray, he would beat me in 10 minutes, 6-0, 6-0. It's faster. It's stronger. I have no desire to play men. They're just too good. And that was a direct quote from Serena Williams.
And the colleges, by the way, are going to have to follow that new executive order, or else you know what happens, right? If they're caught with the gender bathrooms and all that stuff and letting men play on female sports, they're not going to get any more money.
That's true. That's true. I think that anyway, the way it is now seems pretty fair, right? I don't know what's going to happen because a lot of the states and organizations have threatened to sue. Now, I would love, and I've always said this, but people just don't take us up on it. I would truly love to hear from people who feel differently and why, because I often wonder about it. For example, with any issue, I mean, let's just talk about it without being staunch or dogmatic. I want to hear what you have. For example, with immigration, I don't understand why people feel what is going on right now with immigration is wrong. Why are there people who believe? Now, I am not talking about people who are here illegally, which in itself is illegal, but those who are against having criminals deported. We literally have our mayor and our government not wanting ICE to have access to criminal data on people. What does that say? It's obviously not in favor of just immigrants. It's in favor of immigrants who committed crime. They are literally the mayor of Denver. God, what a terrible mistake he is. This guy is nuts. What is his reasoning? I would love to talk to him. Why does he believe that people who commit crime in America after illegally entering or have a criminal record, why should they be protected? You see, I'm asking, does anyone know their reasoning? Mark, do you know their reasoning? Seriously, do you know their reasoning?
I have no idea,
well,
man.
That's what I want to know.
I struggle every day to understand it.
But I'm one of the few people that actually want to know. I would, in fact, I'd let them explain. I wouldn't interrupt them and say, blah, 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 blah. I would love to hear. And I know Dan Kaplan asks that every day. Just come on. Then he'd want to ask some follow-up questions. Do you notice how politicians and people listening right now who might think, oh, Tom, you're nothing but a jerk. You're hateful. That's a favorite word in the world. What I'd like to know is, why don't you call me and let me know your true reasoning? Monty, let me know your reasoning. Okay. Monty loves texting behind a keyboard, right? and he's perfectly willing to let criminals remain in this country committing crimes. Why? And I don't want to just take him. I want to take Kim and all the other liberals who text and call or leave messages. I want to know your reasoning. Now, let's forget about just regular people who come in illegally or people who want asylum or anything else. Let's just focus on those in the country selling drugs, prostitution, committing assaults, rapes, burglaries, thefts, car theft. Why does Mayor Johnston want to protect them? Is that a fair question? Why do you want to protect them? Now, maybe they'll say, well, they're entitled to due process. We got to take a break. I just want to know. I promise you, if you have crazy ideas or sane ideas, in my opinion, I won't give that opinion. I'll let you express them. I'm begging you to get your agenda out. This is not someone who's going to shut you down. Call me, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Furniture Row.
Yeah, we are looking pretty good. North End I-25, almost back to normal after a big box truck was broken down in the center lane near the Turnpike. Northbound, see a little bit of slowing up through Thornton, but not a real big delay. The E-470 toll highway coming south just past 104th Avenue is jamming a little bit. That's road work. Penn is running a little heavy coming out of the air.
Yes, he is.
Back on to I-70. That 225 still wide open. I-25 between downtown and the Tech Center, roughly about 10 minutes.
Okie dokie.
Difficulties with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
Time for a furniture refresh. Shop the President's Day Super Sale at Furniture Row. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Shop the largest selection at the lowest prices guaranteed. Check out special purchases while they last or get 60 months no interest financing. Shop in store or online at FurnitureRow.com.
You know, I love talking about Gravinas. Gravinas, the family, the original Gravinas that came from dad to son. Hey, what I'm saying is granddad, dad to son. 950 West Evans. 50 lines of windows. What does that say to you? Variety. That means you can pick something for your fix and flip or your dream home. They have multiple lines of siding and doors and everything else. And you can depend on the name, depend on the products, depend on the heritage. GravinaWindows.com, 303-472-8462. Mark?
My weight loss journey with Denver Regen has been absolutely incredible. Only 5 weeks into it, I've lost nearly 25 pounds. I'm using GLP-1 to help, and I'll tell you what, it cuts out all the food noise. You don't go around being hungry. Your stomach feels full. Your brain is not thinking of all this stuff out there. I'm telling you, you have to get with DenverRegen.com. These guys, for less than $300 a month, that includes the initial doctor's visit. It includes all the follow-up, the medication. It includes everything for less than $300. I couldn't be more happy with the people at DenverRegen.com.
How much time do I have, bro?
4.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to start.
I'm going to end up doing them at home, but if you could send me that, that'd be cool, dude. I'll try again next break.
If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 970-659-1508. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 970-659-1508. That's
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Oh, you put in the sound effect? Your levels are way off, and I can't fix that. I might be able to.
My weight loss journey with Denver Regen has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in 5 weeks. No more food noise in my head. I feel full and don't think of food. And Denver Regen has semi-glutide for under $300.
10 seconds.
Thank you. What was that?
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we're trying to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. Here's a text. And somebody says, and this is a good question, how do you know who has the best windows? You advertise various companies with various lines. And I want to answer that because this is a good question on how I can take recommendations or how I make recommendations to more than one source. Well, here's my first priority. My first, honesty, right? Not taking money and running, not stealing, not lying, not cheating. Okay, honesty. Obviously, in my line of work, honesty. I mean, if you're going to lie to consumers, you'll never make it, or you'll make it and then have to change and chase your tail. And so after, and all of my people, that's what I insist on, honesty. The second thing are good products, obviously, and service. Okay, let's put products and service. So you got to be able to install stuff and have good stuff to install both. But here's what's really important. There's more than one good product. We just have to come to grips with that. I don't know if I can say one product is the best for everything ever, for anything in any category, including financial products and investments. Everything has good products. And everything has bad products. There are bad products, right? So One thing you'll hear me advertise are people who have similar products, but not bad products, ever. If I find out about a bad product, they're done, it's over. Or an inappropriate recommendation. Let's say somebody has a triple pane window. That's the most energy efficient window on the market. Or they have a particular vehicle or whatever, a repair. And they offer that repair to someone who has a car on its last leg, and it's inappropriate, right? That's where the honesty comes in. So it's not just who I recommend, the honesty and integrity, but I want someone who has great products and services and are apropos. So even though it's a good service, it might not be apropos for you, or a good product. It may not be appropriate for you. So you have to have a combination of good product, good services, honesty, and then the appropriateness of the recommendations, right? So now it's up to consumers to find out what they need and what their mission is. You may not need the most energy efficient window or furnace, or you may not need the best car repair for particular reasons. You have your reasons and your mission for the product or service. For example, with a financial journey, if your mission is to make as much as you can, and you're not concerned necessarily about retirement yet, you're a young person, that's different than someone who is afraid of losing money and they want security, right? So when it comes to a vehicle, if you want a clunker just to get back and forth to work, and it's not your dream car, that's different than someone who wants a beautiful dream car, or they want a car they're only going to drive in pristine conditions. So we're talking about mission, which is important, but that's on the consumer to figure out what is their mission, what are they using the product or service for, and what is the best value for them. So that's why I have no problems presenting the buffet of products and services and allowing consumers to make choices. In fact, I don't think even with the very best company in the world, it would be appropriate to me to only do one. I don't think it would ever do, ever. As long as the others are equal in ethics and honesty and products and services, right? Don't have to be the same, but equal. So then consumers are forced to compare. And that's what I suggest you always do. And when you compare, you're going to find what you need for your purposes. Now, when you're comparing people outside of my endorsements, you have to be a little more cautious, a little more, because I do a lot of due diligence for you. So there's nothing wrong with going outside the referral list or outside of my recommendations. I mean, people do it all the time, right? If you go outside of my recommendations, then just do a little more due diligence on background, longevity, and wherewithal to withstand consumer problems. I give a story about one time years ago. I have an HVAC company that was putting a system in a church and ruined the hardwood floor. And they admit it. They put the ducts in the wrong place. They had to be moved. That ruined all the hardwood floors. This company stepped up and replaced the entire church's hardwood floors. Removed pews, put down floors, did everything because they had the wherewithal to do it. Now, another company that might be way cheaper, let's say, or of better value, in quotes, they could be that one job from bankruptcy. They couldn't afford it, maybe. So there's a lot more to it than just the people behind it. It's the solvency and the stability that goes with everything. You want people that are stable. So when I talk about this stuff, it's very important to know that is why I give you multiple choices. I'm Tom Martino, and we have more coming up. Okay, listen. Can Mark do both of these?
Traffic.
I'll ask him.
It is sponsored by True Green.
Easy driving to start off your afternoon commute. I-25 north and
He says yes, you're good.
Thank you.
Through the metro
How much
area.
time?
That trend continues up north to Fort Collins.
4.5 plus
Thank
whatever
you.
Mark does.
Back to town, I-70 east and westbound, flowing free to and from DIA. Leaving TIA Pena Boulevard southbound, do watch out for some stop and go just after 56th. Not much of a delay there, but you may see some slower speeds. I-225 north and southbound, easy driving through Aurora and the Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
True Green. Get a golf course quality lawn that's more affordable than you think. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today and let the pros handle the work while you enjoy the results. That's TrueGreen.com. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with Denver Regen has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks. No more food noise in my head. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes the doctor's visits, the medication, everything you need to start losing weight. These new drugs are absolutely incredible and life-changing. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com. Let's talk about 888heating.com. These guys are absolutely unbelievable with the offer they have right now. Check it out. For $45, they're going to come out, they're going to clean that furnace top to bottom. They're going to spend an hour and a half, 2 hours doing it. They're going to put a no breakdown guarantee on it, and they do all of this for $45 for new customers only to prove to you what a great company they are. Then in the future, if something does break, you're going to know who to call. Take advantage of this special while it's still going on. $45. Check them out at 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com.
Discover the value of community and character with Scouting Colorado. Join us for the 48th Annual Sports Breakfast featuring Charlie Blackman at Ball Arena on February 24th. Celebrate how Scouting shapes youth development and empowers thousands across Colorado. Network with leaders and sports enthusiasts. All proceeds support Scouting programs like camping at McNeil Scout Ranch, Colorado Adventure Point, and Scout Reach. To discuss partnerships or sponsorship details, visit scoutingcolorado.org/sportsbreakfast.
Workers across Colorado are taking paid leave to bond with their new babies. Coloradans like Justin.
Spending time with Autumn was amazing. I got to be dad and just been fun, just enjoying every second I could get with her. The one thing I'd like people to know about family was how easy it was to use, and it gave me the time that I didn't have with my other children to bond and just grow with them.
Learn more at famli.colorado.gov. Brought to you by Colorado's Family Division, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're going to be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
Financial health is more than just really the investments. You have to look at tax consequences. You have to think about legacy planning or generational planning or your healthcare options. Those all go together with your financial health.
Join Matt Goolsby for Retire Hour to hear his team in finance, healthcare, estate, and taxes discuss changes in law, strategic planning, and answer listener questions. Submit your questions to be answered live on air at retirehour.com. Retire Hour, Sundays at 8 a.m. right here on KHOW.
In a world where every second counts,
immigration raids are still underway across the country.
iHeartRadio has one podcast that keeps you informed. 24/7 News, the latest. Today's latest news every hour in just 4 minutes.
DeepSeek launched its AI model R1 last week.
Be the first to know.
President Trump has sent a loud and clear message.
iHeartRadio's 24/7 News, the latest. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
A show pack coming up. It'll be the amazing Megyn Kelly. Will break down the state of journalism today in America. Doge and the left's freakout.
Kendrick Lamar.
10 seconds.
Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I was addressing multiple products and services and why I recommend them, and I was talking about the variety, and that's good. That also goes for when you're shopping independently for anything. It might be something I never even talk about. And I've said this before over and over, and I promise you it works. In fact, investigators use it in law enforcement. The CIA uses the technique. People use this technique where an agent or someone is dropped not knowing anything into an area and they have to gain intelligence. They start asking questions, the same bunch of questions at first, and then those questions, they add to those questions based on what they're hearing. Like, oh, I should ask about this because everyone says the color is important, or the texture, or the timing, or the size, or who's doing it, or whatever. So then you start adding another question. What color is it? So anyway, you ask enough people, and no matter who is no matter how many liars or cheaters there are in a group, there will be a thread of truth. They cannot help it. There will be a thread of truth, because a lot of liars, cheats, and ripoffs and con men that I've come across in my years of doing this, they always lie and cheat to make money, but there's always some truth in everything they say. I don't think I've ever met a con man that 100% of everything being said is a lie. In fact, it's incredible. Some of them tell mostly truth and just a few lies to make that extra dollar and to get the consumer to say yes. Others say mostly lies and a little bit of truth. Others do half and half. It depends. It's a blend. There's a different blend of truth depending on the lying, cheating scumbag you're working with. So basically, once you ask enough people, that blend of truth and lies will have things in common. It's impossible to have lies in common because lies are made up. Myths can be common, but not lies, not to cheat you. Therefore, the only things that will remain consistent are truthful things. So when you ask enough questions, you will know, you'll start hearing common things. And remember, lies can't be in common. Well, a few of them can be, maybe here or there. But in general, because they make up lies, lies are usually, they stand out. So when you do the outliers in a conversation and you pick that thread of truth, you start learning certain things about products or services. It is something that absolutely works. Okay. Now, here's a text. Tom, I have no issue whatsoever with sending criminal, undocumented immigrants, no undocumented immigrants, back to their homeland. I just find it is alarming that Trump is sending immigrants who are under a work permit that Biden let in, basically. And Trump resorts and casinos were full of undocumented immigrants until he ran for president, and then he fired them. I don't know about that. I found out that a special young lady that I used to entertain casually was sent back to Mexico, and she had a special work permit under Biden. I think this is hypocritical. So I had mentioned I would like to know people who justify protecting criminals who are here illegally. Not just here illegally, that I know is a crime, but I'm talking about people here illegally that commit crime. Why would you protect them? And this guy, who normally loves everything Biden does and hates everything Trump does, says he would have no problem, but he says that's not what Trump's doing. He's targeting all immigrants. So I don't believe that. I believe that first, their priority are those who committed crime.
All illegal
Hey, Tom,
immigrants.
you know what's hypocritical? All these protesters waving Mexican flags who want to stay in America.
I know.
If
Hang
you
on.
want
We
to
got
stay in
more.
America,
Hang on. More coming up.
As we turn our attention to friends and...
All right, brother, I'm out.
Take it easy.
Where are you off to, Mark?
Pickleball.
At 1 o'clock?
Actually at 2:30, but it's in Colorado Springs.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We play down in the Springs. There's not a lot of, if there's 4 people, there's a bunch of places to play here.
Yeah.
But if you want to play against just other
No,
people.
there's nuts in there,
Like
granola bars.
Same level, good, bad, doesn't
Right.
matter. That's the only place we have found is in
Really?
the Springs.
Indoor or outdoor?
Indoor. It's a nice place too, man. It's beautiful.
All right, I'll hold down the fort.
All right.
You be in tomorrow with the car guys?
Yeah. Are you coming in?
Yep. I will be here.
All right, see ya.
You want me to cut this?
What?
The video?
You can keep it up because Doc's here. I mean, it doesn't matter. Doc, you might want to move to the other one.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Doesn't it bother you that these people are all waving Mexican flags who want to stay in America?
Did you
Why
hear
would
that?
you not wave
I
an
heard
American
that.
flag?
I heard that on Capitalist. Is that where you got that from?
No, I see it on all of the the videos of the protests. I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, what is the theory behind that? Why would you keep waving a Mexican flag if you're protesting that you don't want to go back to Mexico? It makes no sense to me.
Yeah. I know what you're talking.
I mean, anyway, maybe you can elicit some
No, I know what you
some
mean.
reaction to that.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Oh, what does that sound? I have not heard that sound.
What sound? Oh, shut up.
Good afternoon. Thanks for
It was
calling
busy
the
all
Tom
morning,
Martino
you
Show.
bastard. Go after yourself. Jesus, that cat's going nuts today. Oh.
So I had a blown tire yesterday, Tom.
What's that?
I had in my car. I accidentally went over a curb and I blew my tire.
Oh shit!
It took no. It was just a tire. But I called AAA. They were there within 30 minutes. They towed me over to Discount Tire. I had insurance on the tire. They replaced the tire, had me out of there in an hour and a half. So AAA is the best deal in the world.
Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I really hate it when you go on political rants.
Okay.
Should have just hung up on her.
Man, that is so good. I can't believe it.
Hey, Tom, what do you think about disbanding the Department of Education?
I think it's smart.
I do too. I think that the states should be responsible for educating their students. And there's so much waste and left-wing propaganda from the NEA that I think getting rid of the Department of Education would be a huge blow.
So I will talk to you later. All right. All right. Love you too. Bye.
Love you too.
All right. So this is all ready to go?
Supposedly.
Wonderful.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
You're totally like asking me to do that right now. Get back with yours. Visit greatcok.com to get started. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
10 seconds there, Tom.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW. Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome, one and all. Love having you here and hope we can help you when it comes to problems, questions, and complaints. The important thing is to call before they get out of hand if you have a problem, question, complaint, and you need our help, and you would like to run something by us and get our opinion even. We love doing that. Today we've had a number of different topics, and it's important that we always talk about what people are calling about because that's what could happen to you.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know if I told anybody about the follow-up with Jesse and AmeriGas.
All right, hold on.
Billed...
Before we do the follow-up, let's recap what you're even talking about. So let's talk about that. Jesse and America, when did that come in, that call?
About 3 weeks ago, I think.
It was, the name was Jesse?
Jesse, and she had a problem with AmeriGas.
Okay, and what happened?
Well, she was being billed $5,000 for gas
tank
that she never got. And so she was sent to a collection agency, And apparently, while going through her papers,
did she live in Pueblo?
Did
Did she live in Pueblo West? And
yes,
she was charged. She said for here's what she was saying. She gets gas service from the company that was bought by AmeriGas. Then AmeriGas billed her suddenly a big bill, $7,000.
Correct.
And she didn't know what it was for. And I said it could be that AmeriGas, the new company who bought the old one, is trying to collect on a tank. I don't know. What did it turn out to be?
Well, I've had her go through some old records to try and get me some receipts, and she found a receipt that showed she owed no money, that her bill was clean, and she was getting harassed by a collection agency. So I told her to make a copy of it, send it to the collection agency, certified mail, return receipt, etc. That was about 2 weeks ago, saying, leave me alone, I don't owe any money, and she hasn't heard anything from them since.
Yeah.
So I think she's in the clear.
I think it might be, but I think what's going on, I don't think she does owe a balance for the gas. I think they're going back, and AmeriGas doesn't lease tanks, and they want her to purchase the tank. That's what I think. I mean,
well, at any rate, she's been left alone, and the collection agency hasn't bothered her since.
Okay. Now, that's good. And that's been a while, right? And were they contacting her every month, right?
Yeah, they were, trying to get her to pay. And, she's 89 years old. And so she was a little bit taken aback by the collection agency. But once we got her to send that letter, everything's been cleared up.
Good. Excellent. Hey, Deputy D, are you working on anything, by the way? I wanted to know what whether it's solved or not. Are you working on anything? People always ask.
Yeah, I do have a conclusion to a case from January 23rd. I don't know if you were here that day, but a gentleman by the name of Don called in because he had a company.
An electrician?
Yeah. Well, yeah, Don is the consumer. And he had a contractor called Copper Connections, which sounds to me like an electrical contractor, install an electrical panel for him. And basically, to summarize Don's concern is that he was being charged $8,900 for this panel, and he feels it's more like.
Well, hold on, but did he agree to the work, and now he's complaining about the price?
There is the crux of the problem. So I spoke with Electrical Connections. And neither Electrical Connections nor Don actually have a signed contract. They don't even have an unsigned contract.
The name is Electrical Connection?
Yeah.
Well, why did they replace the panel?
Well, I didn't ask Don why he wanted to have it replaced, but it was his intent to replace the panel. And
well, why did he call them to begin with?
Oh, well, I don't know how it all got started. Because I was just working on the resolution.
Okay, so he called Electrical Connection for some reason we don't know.
Well, we do know this, and it's important. Electrical Connections sent me a copy of the proposal that they gave to Don. It was a little over $10,000. It was approximately $10,000 or $11,000 to install the electrical panel, some sort of an electronic device like a big surge protector or something similar to it, and roofing work. And
well, that's because they have to put up the mast.
Yeah, but none of it was broken down into here's how much for this, for that, and the other thing. So
and how much was the total price?
Approximately $11,000.
Okay.
Now, neither party to this matter actually has a signed contract or an itemized proposal.
But they went ahead and did the work?
Yeah, he authorized them to do the work of the electrical
Well, how did he authorize them if there's nothing in writing?
Verbally. So he said, hey, I don't want the roofing work, and I don't want this other electrical device. And it was either a converter or a giant surge protector, something like that. It doesn't really matter. So
well, how's he ever going to prove that? I mean, I authorized some of the work.
That's the point with that. Well, no, Don, the caller, he admits to having authorized the electrical panel. Okay. And Copper Connections admits that he decided to forego the other work.
Okay. So they all agree on that.
Yeah, they all agree on that. The problem is there is no itemized proposal. So it's really impossible to tell how much of it was for the electrical panel. And here comes the problem. Now that the work has been completed, Don says, no way it's worth $8,900. It's worth $5,000 tops.
Well, he can't do that.
He can't. So I spoke with Electrical Connections, and I spoke with a gentleman by the name of Adam, who's very forthcoming. He was very much looking forward to getting this issue resolved.
So the panel was 8,900.
Yes.
Well, guess what? That's not out of line.
No, it's not out of line, especially since Adam offered in writing in an email to me to, as a courtesy to Don, just reduce it to $6,200, which Adam says is really just their cost. So I thought that was a pretty good.
And what does he say? What does the consumer?
Well, Don didn't like that. So
well, then Don should go to hell, basically. I mean, Don did everything wrong. They did everything wrong.
Yeah, they both.
You don't just arbitrarily get to name. It's not The Price is Right where you get to name the price.
Well, exactly. And we all agree that the electrical connection deserves some sort of payment, but apparently Don hasn't paid them anything.
So now what?
Well, now where it stands is
they ought to put a lien on his house. Look, I have no.
Don wants to pay $4,500. They said that they'll settle for $6,200. So when I told Don that, he got a little crabby, and he said, "I'll just handle this matter on my own."
And he only wants to pay how much?
$4,500.
And where did he come up with that price? I don't know of anybody in the world who will do a complete electrical panel for $4,500.
Well, I don't either. But that was the end of the matter. That was the end of my involvement. My goal was to kind of broker sort of a settlement to this where neither party.
I'd mark this that the consumer is being completely unreasonable.
Somewhat unreasonable.
In my opinion.
So I had to close that case. But
all right.
That's about all I could do on that matter.
Look, I get when people don't like pricing, but you don't get to just name your price.
Yeah. I mean, Don did say that he got 2 bids after the fact, of course, from other electricians.
Oh, come on.
But Electrical Connection says, hey, these aren't apple-to-apple comparisons. There's different amperage, there's different this and different that. So they're kind of at an impasse. But I think the moral of the story, and this is the allegory that I think we all can benefit from, is, geez, sign a contract.
Okay. All right. I mean, again, the pricing overall was reasonable, and they should have accepted it. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Join Matt Goolsby for Retire Hour to hear his team in finance, healthcare, estate, and taxes discuss changes in law, strategic planning, and answer listener questions. Retire Hour, Sundays at 8 a.m. right here on KHOW.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. The name says it all. They help you plan for retirement. How do they do that? They look at all the elements you have. What are elements? Well, 401k, savings, an IRA, whatever it is, investments. They look at your nest egg, how to grow it, how to keep it safe, which period of life you're in. Then they adjust accordingly. They also help you with long-term care, insurance, legacy planning, and moving on if you have to sell your business or leave it to heirs. All of these are part of a comprehensive retirement plan. In fact, if you ever have a question on what they do, call them, rpcenter.com, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211. Getting a high-efficiency HVAC system is appropriate for some homes because it'll save you a bundle of money. Not just when you install it to get rid of that old inefficient one, but what happens is you save every single month going forward. 40 to 50% over conventional systems. And 888heating.com guarantees you the lowest price on any other system that compares to it. So they say put them to the test, and they will get you the best price, period. 303-770-2776, 770-2776.
Colorado.
Kelly.
Uh-oh.
Yes?
This thing with Ernie, he says the same thing over and over.
Okay.
He says he paid for work he never got, and they won't do any more work.
Hang on 1 second. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. What is your name? And question on hold. Okay, hang on for me. He didn't really specifically say why he wanted to talk to you.
It's the same thing, man. It's the same thing.
Well, he was adamant in not wanting to come on.
Well, that's good because I don't want him on. He says the same thing over and over.
Do you have his daughter's number? I don't think I do.
This bastard. Just fucking guys. They haven't even sent me my product yet. They're bombarding the shit out of me. God, I hate when you order something off of Instagram or something, and then they just bombard the living shit out of you.
With texts?
Yeah, with future deals and this and that.
Hey, this might be worth a nice class action lawsuit.
How's that coming?
Good. So the defendants asked for a 2-month extension to file their answer. The court granted that. So we won't see an answer from them until end of March. I have a great law firm doing this for free. And
why are they doing it free?
They're going to collect. It's a federal class action suit. They're going to collect a ton of money for their fees.
You truly believe that you're going to win? That's one.
You'll probably settle. Almost all these settle for a lot of money. So the lead plaintiff gets about $20,000 bonus in cases like this. In addition to the damages. And it costs me nothing. And I've got a law firm that specializes in nothing but these cases for free. These junk texts, man, they're worth in many cases.
You know, I used to have a whole site dedicated to it.
Faxes, right?
Fax wars.
Yeah.
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike, what's going on in your life, Mike? How can we help you?
Mr. Martino, thank you.
What's happening?
I have a question. I've got a new construction home that was built last spring.
Now, a new construction home that you bought from the builder?
Correct.
Okay.
We bought it after it was built, so we didn't get to choose everything. It was built, finished, and we purchased it.
From the builder?
With the new... Correct.
Okay.
The builder is building homes around us in a new development. There's 2 holes dug behind me that are getting ready to have poured.
And what was the name of this builder?
It's CTG.
Okay.
So I'm in Canyon City.
Okay.
And CTG, I believe they're home out of Colorado Springs.
Okay.
So my question is, I know you guys talk about all the time, you can't sue for woulda, coulda, right?
Well, it depends. It depends on how you're couching that. Give me the specific example. You can really sue for anything, but it'll be dismissed immediately if it has no grounds. So tell me what you're talking about.
Well, so my concern is we have drainage issues where when it rains and some of the snowstorms we've had recently, I get pooling water in my backyard that is coming from a neighbor to the north of me and from the 2 holes of the foundations that are being dug behind me.
Okay, I want to know something. I want to know
general...
something, Mike. This is really important. The drainage problems, as you call them, where are you in line on the field of drainage from where the drain? In other words, are both of these homes or all of these? No, excuse me. Are all of these contributors to your water above you in the drainage plan, and that's based on elevation and the actual drainage plan?
That's correct.
Okay, and they're above you.
The home to the north of me is above me, and the 2 properties behind me also sit above me.
And when you say they're okay, and so have you looked at the drainage plan for that subdivision?
Well, and that's what's interesting. I don't know that there is a drainage plan.
They have to have one to have a planned unit development. What county is it?
Fremont County.
Okay, now here's something I want to say. I know of no a developer ever that can do a subdivision without a drainage plan. And so it's just impossible. But what I want to know is, the lot that the house was built on, the drainage plan is done by the developer. The developer can be both the developer and the builder, or just the developer. If the developer sold a lot to the builder is not responsible for the drainage. They're only responsible for the grading around the house. So
right.
What I need to know is the developer and the builder the same, one and the same?
Yeah, they are.
And you know that, right?
I do know that, yes.
Good. Now, next question is going to be, what is the name of the subdivision, and are you in it? Or are there 2 or 3 subdivisions, and some of the ones draining onto you are in another subdivision?
No, it's one subdivision. It's fairly new, meaning just a few years old. It's called Gold Canyon Estates.
And it's in Canyon City, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, Gold Canyon Estates has a PUD filing, planned unit development. In that filing, there will be everything. There will be common areas, easements, utility easements, setbacks. There will be access, and there will be drainage.
Okay.
So you said you weren't sure. Did you?
Another...
Yeah, you can ask anything you want. I just want to lay down the basics. Keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I guess my next question is, for example, the home that's next door to me so my house faces west, and I've got a home that literally is next door to me to the north, okay? It's a little bit elevated above me. That home has been in, I think, for about 3 years. My home is brand new, meaning it's less than 8 months old. So the house that is above elevation to me to the north, it's 3 years old. Their property is draining onto my property. It's one of the issues that I have, that I've discovered. I've brought in almost 40 tons of rock to try to mitigate some of that, but I'm still getting pooling water in the center of my yard a foot deep. And at this point, it's not causing a problem flooding in my crawl space, and I do have a sump pump.
Tell me who you would sue, Mike. Let's just say you want to sue. Who would you sue?
Well, I'm almost questioning, and I know you talked about this also, the city is impossible to sue. My question is, how do I determine, has the builder done all his due diligence to make sure he's done it correctly and the city is responsible for not having a drainage plan?
No, the city's never responsible. Neither is the county. It would be the developer.
Okay.
But let me explain something. They do have a drainage plan, okay? And let me tell you something else based on precedence, okay? That means This has been argued for a million years. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Here's what I'm going to tell you about drainage. Usually drainage is a generalized plan. It goes from high to low with some diversions and retentions when instructed by engineers. And it ultimately just stops at the end of their property. Okay? And into a basin or whatever the county or the engineers or people instruct. So here's what I'm going to tell you about that. Usually drainage is not as sophisticated as people think. And usually it's the lower one that has the least rights. And then you pass the water on to the people below you, and they pass it on to the people below them. Unless there is retention on your lot or berms or diversion. So it's not that sophisticated. The short answer is this. If houses are draining onto your property, that's your problem. Unless they purposely diverted water from the natural flow onto your property. Natural drainage, I'm giving you general answers, okay? It may not be specific to you, but in general, natural drainage goes from higher to lower. Usually, no one is allowed to mess with that. So if the houses are higher to lower and yours is lower, you're going to get the drainage. You don't have an action against anyone unless they're doing something purposely to cause you damage. I mean, in other words, if they're simply grading around their house like a normal house and it's draining to the lots below them, they're doing nothing wrong. But let's say that their lot naturally drains in 3 directions or 4, and they grade the property so all of that diversion goes in one direction, yours. That may be a violation. That may be negligence. But Mike, it is far cheaper, no matter what you do, to handle the drainage on your property and pass it down than it is to fight everyone above you.
Got it.
Unless there is egregious stuff going on here, like the builder developer was totally reckless, had no regard for the law, never did a drainage plan, et cetera, et cetera. But that's going to take a lot of due diligence for you to prove that.
Would you mind, Tom? And I know you have to go, but can I send you some pictures?
But tell me what it would show that would change what I just said. What would it show?
Well, and because the developer behind me, when they dug the holes, that changed. I never had any problems.
You just said the developer behind you. So are we talking about another developer or the developer builder that you bought from?
No, it's the same developer builder I bought from.
Okay, what did they do when they dug the hole? What?
Everything. It just, all of a sudden, I had really significant amounts of water pooling in the center of my yard.
Okay. And before that, what was on that lot?
It was just a hill, just a bare hill.
Okay.
And they dug out 2 big holes to pour foundations.
Okay. So what did they do negligently?
And, Tom, the thing is, they're going to get filled. They're going to get filled in, obviously.
Yeah.
But I just, like you guys have always said, I don't want to get to the point where all of a sudden I have big damage. Where do I go with it? And I just needed your advice.
Okay, here's what you need to do. You need to hire an engineer to come and say what they're doing is negligent. Short of that, you have nothing. And digging a hole to build a house is not negligent.
Right.
Now, the building department might have something to say that they need to do temporarily while they're building. They may have them divert water. But for the most part, Mike, drainage changes as houses are built. And this is an age-old problem. You're not guaranteed anything except that the water above you is going to drain to you and you're going to drain below you. You just can't upset the natural flow. And it doesn't sound like that's what the builder's doing. But get an engineer to talk to you about it. And then can you sue if somebody was negligent? If somebody is doing something intentional or destructive or negligent, sure, you can sue them. I don't think you're going to find it though, Mike. That's my personal opinion, being both or being all, a consumer advocate, a builder, past builder, and past developer. I'm just telling you, it might happen, but I think you're going to spend more time and energy trying to prove that than fixing it.
Yes, Mike, thank you very much, Tom.
But ask an engineer and let me know what you find out. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, cool.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Some brief delays throughout the downtown area. I-25 northbound. A recent crash at 6th Avenue has been all cleared up. We're still seeing slow traffic back from Santa Fe, only adding about a minute or two to your commute. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. I-25 southbound showing highway speeds through the metro area. On the northeast end through Commerce City, I-270 westbound stop and go traffic between Northfield and Vasquez. I-70 eastbound easy driving to DIA. With traffic on Marks 1.
Members get more with My Lowe's Rewards. Earn points towards My Lowe's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts and more. Join for free today. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms subject to change.
Hey, do you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles? What I mean is Vestera Turnkey has a system where they help you buy a property and get a loan and a management company in a market where capital appreciation has great potential. Rents are positive cash flow and resale is great. Then what you do is buy one of these houses they identify, and they help you through the whole process, including a management company. If you're interested, check them out. MyBiggestReturn.com, 303-888-3788. When you're injured in an accident, you know what? The last thing you want is a bunch of hassle, but you want to know your rights. John Fuller invites your calls. He's the only attorney that openly invites your calls, whether you're going to hire him or not. Now, you may say it's just a gimmick to get clients. So what? But one thing is for sure, no other attorneys do it. So if you want to talk to an attorney, first call him, 303-597-4500. No obligation. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. 303-597-4500. John Fuller.
Learn more at regenrev.com. That's regenrev.com. So your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you. I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition. Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more. You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people. Frank Duran, therealeestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with Remax Alliance. And Lee Wood, co-founder of Wood Pine Mountain Distillery in Salida, Colorado. Your savings program, we really thought it was a great opportunity to be able to begin to save for retirement.
My name is Chrissy Stroma. I'm the general manager of the Blue Bonnet Restaurant. So this is a program where it doesn't cost us anything to get in. It doesn't cost us every year.
Businesses across Colorado are opting to provide a savings plan for their employees. Join them by signing up at www.coloradosecure.com. savings.com. message is sponsored by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association. Are you ready for Valentine's? Then spread the love where it really counts. Health, safety, and beauty with the only carpet cleaner I'll ever use, Zero Res. And the K-House special. Get 3 rooms, Zero Resified, starting at just $109 with a free hallway and $75 off gut cleaning. 303-477-150-150. ZeroResDenver.com. Use the super water that clean AC in nature. No soaps or harmful chemicals. Carpets look and feel like new. Also, tile and grout, upholstery, clean almost anything with love, health, and great value. Call now 303-471-5150, and you'll know why I love ZeroResDenver.com. Don't breathe unhealthy pathogens and allergies ever again. ZeroResDenver.com. 3 rooms starting at just $109, a free hallway, and $75 off gut cleaning. Zero Res. Spell it forward or backward. It spells the same. And tell them Tom Martino.
So,
I'm Dr. Mitchell Scheinfeld, Medical Director of QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. Patients with
yeah.
ask me all the time if they'd be a good candidate for QC Kinetics pain relief treatment. Here's what I tell them. If you can answer yes to any of these questions, you can qualify for our advanced pain relief therapy. Is your quality of life being impacted by chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints? Is your pain due to arthritis, overuse, or injury? Do you want to avoid invasive surgery and long recovery times? If you answered yes to any of those questions, we can help. I'm so confident that QC Kinetics can help relieve your joint pain. I'm inviting you to schedule a free consultation. To find out if QC Kinetics is right for you, schedule a free consultation by calling 970-465-0488. That's 970-465-0488. 970-465-0488.
What the hell is Ryan taking tomorrow off for? What? Why don't you know?
I don't talk to him.
To Ryan?
Not unless it involves work.
Like Singenberger's filling in tomorrow.
Yep. But you're free to ask it.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I got a couple texts here talking about drainage. Tom, I disagree with you. If you're established first, your house takes precedent in a drainage plan. That is absolutely, positively not true. Now, you do have some rights if your house was there before, in that no one can intentionally violate your house or property to cause it destruction. Drainage is not considered destruction. Drainage in its natural flow or as directed by a city or county or Army Corps of Engineers, that's what it is. Then on a drainage plan, those above take precedent to those below. So what you need to do is establish your house or where you want to build a house before buying the land or before buying that house that might be already built. What is unbuilt around it and what could possibly happen in the future? We've actually had cases where people bought homes and had to build retaining walls after, years later, because those other lots were finally sold. They're not doing anything wrong unless it is intentional changing of existing drainage or against recommendations. You know, a lot can be said, and it happens now where it's a little, well, it's almost the same. Some people buy next to easements, and they don't know what those easements are. They just buy. We had some cases where, one particular case where a guy bought next to a big swath of land that was actually zoned commercial. Okay, it was years ago, never used. But years later, after buying his house, here comes a car dealership. I believe he sued them for light pollution, or they changed the lights, and he sued them. Now, he made a partial win. That's because I believe the court said you can make some alterations to keep that light from flooding onto this guy's property, blah, blah, blah. And as it turned out, they were amenable to it. But in general, you need to know what you're buying. If you buy land that was dedicated to a city and county and it's not yet being used, don't assume, I'm on public land, it'll never be used. A city or county can sell that public land. And when they sell it, they can actually change the zoning for the buyer. So you're next to a green belt that turns out to be a Walmart. It can happen. You have to know. And that's why I give that visualization. And I think I'm going to do that and put it on social media of the target when you're buying property, making the bullseye where your house is. And before you buy the property, looking at all the rings and making sure your ducks are in a row, from access to taxing districts to all of that. It's really important that you know what is in store for you when it comes to buying a house or buying land. You even need to check the financial condition of taxing districts around you. It's all part of your due diligence. I've given this story a number of times. People who moved in to a certain area down south on I-25 near Castle Pines, this was years and years ago, bought into a failing district and had to pony up cash to keep it afloat. It was a capital assessment, just like an HOA would call. If you're part of a district, you're part of the membership that has to keep it going. So if you have any questions, give us a call. It's always better to call before you make a mistake than after you bought something and said, oh my God, I shouldn't have done it. Now, here are some texts. Mike Johnston is a speed-talking fool. He makes no sense. Somebody else says that he is good-hearted and means well. I just don't understand his justification for wanting to protect criminals. Now, somebody said the reason for pandering to illegals, they believe that their fellow U.S. Hispanic citizens agree with it, and they're playing to the Hispanic vote. You know what's funny? Guess who won the Hispanic vote this time around? Trump, which is really amazing. Here's another text. Tom, Governor Polis has gone on shows saying he's against aiding criminal people, undocumented aliens, or undocumented, I don't know what the hell you call them anymore, illegal immigrants. If they've committed crime, he's all for having them deported, but he's saying that's not what's being done. We have more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
Some brief delays throughout the downtown area. I-25 northbound. A recent crash at 6th Avenue has been all cleared up. We're still seeing slow traffic back from Santa Fe, only adding about a minute or two to your commute. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. I-25 southbound showing highway speeds through the metro area. On the northeast end through Commerce City, I-270 westbound stop and go traffic between Northfield and Vasquez. I-70 eastbound easy driving to DIA. With traffic on Mark Swan.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
You know, if you're ever accused of a crime, any crime, or even a major traffic infraction or a DUI, don't try to go through this system alone. And please don't shop for an attorney at the last minute. Now, I hope you never need Joe Lazzara, but I'm making the recommendation now for the future. And if you have to refer him to your loved ones, you might need him yourself. Here's how it works. You call and you get information free of charge, initial consultation. If you decide to hire Joe, it's on a flat fee, upfront basis based on the charge. It's that easy, that simple. 303-429-6200, 429-6200, Lazzara. Look for him at referralist.com. Genesis Total Exteriors.com for everything exterior and interior. Yes, it should just be called Genesis for everything around the house. You know, roofing, soffits, siding, fascia, windows, doors, decks, painting, bathrooms, kitchens, basements. You can depend on Genesis. As I said, I know them personally, and you will love the way they do business. 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Okay, you useless morons.
This computer is going to blow up like any moment.
I got to work out, man. Ugh.
I can't believe that BMW threatened to shut off your car. That is hilarious.
It's not really shut it off, but they want to know I'm taking care of my brakes.
It sounded like they were going to turn off your car.
You know, smart cars are scary. That's another one that gets data.
Oh, they know everything, like where you shop, how long you spend at the store.
Would you not get a smart car because of it?
If it ever had,
You're not overly paranoid. You really believe this.
they want to know what stores you go to and for how long, so that they can market your data. What gym you go to, how often.
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, they know where you're parked. You're right.
They sell all of that. They sell all of that. Just like LG lost money on this television. Why do you think,
Is it listening right now?
yes.
You.
Why do you think that television wanted to know your birth date? What possible reason do you think, other than marketing, does LG television want to know your birth date? I downloaded a flashlight app to my phone, and it wanted access to my address book. Why does a flashlight need access to my telephone address book?
Jesus Christ.
Get back what's yours. Visit GreatCOPayback.com to get started. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
From being forced out at Levi's to standing directly behind President Trump as he signed an executive order protecting girls and women's sports and spaces, XXXY Athletics founder Jennifer Say joins me on Thursday. It all starts at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to remind you, if you call 303 Martino 24/7, we will get you on the show. Please leave your number, and we will text or call you and arrange to get you on the show. You can also do that directly to me. And people don't believe me when I tell you, it comes right to my cell phone as soon as you text me. I mean, that's tonight at home. I'll get it. 747-999-5280. I keep that text on 24/7. So you can get directly to this phone and it'll ping me. 747-999-5280. That's a quick question, consumer problem, injustice, and we can arrange to get you on the show. You can also use that for Wave 8, the number 8, wave8capital.com, and any requests you want from me regarding your financial situation, investment advice. If you want to go over your portfolio or just get some advice, I promise you, we have so many people responding. I don't have to snag you. If you simply want to talk with no obligation, I don't care. I'll talk to you about it. I am just so hell-bent on people not making financial mistakes. You'd be shocked at how many people get roped in to products and services they don't need, or they're big with some big company that charges them a management fee and does them no good. So remember, text me on anything. 747-999-5280. Now I want to mention a few things. We have people who are texting me about drainage, and they don't understand what I'm saying. Basically, they're saying, Tom, people can't just build around you and hurt you with their runoff. That's absolutely true. But they can keep the natural flow and natural drainage going around them to you with no recourse. They can't divert other drainage to you. So they can't disturb the natural flow. You might think, well, a building automatically disturbs the flow. That's all accounted for in a drainage plan. Things go around you. It doesn't make for more drainage. It simply goes around you, right? So what you can't do is, instead of letting it go around you, you divert it 90 degrees and send it down another place where it wouldn't normally go. That could hurt someone down the line. That could be actionable. Drainage is one of the most misunderstood things there are when it comes to buying property. So well-established neighborhoods, there's a reason why, they come with a premium, because all of these things have been worked out years ago. I want you to remember, it's too late to get on the air right now, but you can call 303 Martino at any time, 303-627-8466. And if you leave a message, we will get back to you. I promise you that. Also, I want you to join us whenever we're on YouTube, because there's like a show within a show. You can listen to the radio and still do YouTube. And that's under the channel referral list. And then, of course, as far as Discord, I don't control that. So if the people at Discord want to let you in, it's going to be fun and behind the scenes, even more so than YouTube itself. So somebody has another question about buying a used car, and they said, with a home inspector, you can't get a home inspector in trouble for missing something. What about a used car inspection? What guarantees come with it? For example, you talked about Sheridan Auto Tech. Let me explain this. No one's going to guarantee anything with a check, but if they lied to you about it, or were negligent, you would have some recourse, but not a good faith check. And it's always better to check than not to check. I'm Tom Martino. Remember, 303-MARTINO 24/7, referralist.com for help, information, and referrals. And you can text to 747-999-5280. Save all your problems for me.
All right, you're clear, buddy.
See you, man. See you guys on
Real
YouTube.
Tom Martino.